All right, welcome to Nicaragua Live. It's Thursday night here in Sutiava. We're trying out kind of a new setup here in the studio. This is going to be a little bit interesting. I'm actually going to move the microphone into the shot. Why not have the microphone in the shot like it's a podcast or something? We know that it sounds better when you can see it. That sounds like something from something. All right, we are starting live, and I'm actually going to jump up for a second because this is our first time. Es en vivo? Es todo... I'm going to jump up and make sure we're actually live. I can't check for my phone because it's charging, so I can't see what you guys are writing yet, but you guys are not writing anything yet, I'm sure. Anyway, so my production assistant, Marcela, La Marcelita, is working behind the scenes, behind the camera, at the broadcast board. And she did do this a couple weeks ago when we did a live test, and we like how this looks and the setup and like the whole thing. It's like totally different, just a completely different experience here. But we will make sure it's actually live and you guys are able to join because we just sent out the links. So I'm going to step away for just a second and make sure things are good. But I'm really here. You can hear me. I'm still here. And we are good as live. See? Todo bien. Okay. Woohoo! Estamos todo bien. Todo bien. I don't have a beer ready, but I do have one in the freezer that if we don't remember in 30 minutes will explode. So if you don't see me with one in about 30 minutes, remind us on the stream that I need to get the beer before it explodes. So it's going to be a few minutes before I see what everyone is typing because my phone is on the floor behind me charging because I forgot to charge it before the show, and I need to read it here. I really need an iPad. I said this recently. I really need an iPad and a little tiny like just off camera spot that I can just prop up an iPad and have the conversation going by. That would be perfect. And then I could have it plugged in charging. It's just one of those things that we can improve here. And of course someone's going to be like, can't you use your phone while it's charging? Of course I can if my cable was over 18 inches long. So I cannot see it. I can see on Marcella's face though that people are writing because she can see what you guys are writing. but I cannot. Generic expats. Eric, hey. At least we know someone's here. So for those who are not Eric, or for Eric, I guess, we have an interview that we did. It's pretty cool, right? Like we're testing out a bunch of things. So it was actually an interview for and I announced this last week. It's not quite live yet, but it's super close, is Latin American Living, our new podcast. And hay un perro, por favor. And the Latin American Living podcast is doing mostly interviews and that type of stuff, very podcasty, right? Not like my show at all. Just this very, and I describe it kind of as like NPR, but that's really where we want to be, like a totally different vibe, totally different audience, and I know some of you guys are going to overlap for sure, but I think a lot are not. I think it's going to be a very different thing. So anyway, so we recorded a full like hour and 20-minute podcast over there, and it's going to be our second episode on Latin American Living. We have LatinAmericanLiving.com. There's no website up yet. There is a hosting site at pod.LatinAmericanLiving.com that some of you have been to because I know some of you are subscribing to my old podcast like the Sheep Guarding Llama Vlog and Kidding Around Europe. But Latin American Living is not quite live yet. I have to record possibly tonight, probably tomorrow, an introductory episode and get that ready. And then I need to finish editing the one that we did. I tried using Zencastr. We did the whole recording. This is all a lead up because I'm waiting for my phone to charge. We use Zencastr, which is this cool podcasting platform that we used on my Latin life previously. And I was like, this is pretty cool. I like how this works. I tried a few things out like that. We got this recorded. I've got it mostly edited. Zencastr was supposed to do a bunch of the editing for me, and in its defense, it did some, but the only things it did well, I think, was the video editing. It did a thing where it does detection, and it'll like flip who's talking or show who's talking, so that you can have multiple people in like an interview and have them like do different things automatically. That I'm pretty happy with. That is cool, and but it's real simple. But it preps a bunch of stuff for me. But when I'm done, I still got to take it into Final Cut Pro and do all my regular editing as well. So it's not useless, but it is not as good as I'd been hoping. There were like whole parts of dead air that it left in and things that I'm like, I actually said, I'm waving my arms and we're going silent because I got to make sure I edit out this part. And I did manually. But when using Zencastr, left that stuff in, and it was clearly dead air, clearly like needed to be edited. So its AI detection of that stuff doesn't do anything, and it's not taking out the ums and the ahs and the pauses. So it's neat as like a starting point, but it doesn't actually solve anything. Not really. I'm sure it'll improve a lot. They just did a huge release as it is. So anyway, so we did that. I got a cut down version that is going live after this live stream. It'll be up on my vlog here, so you'll be able to go check that out. And please do. It's even the cut down version is an hour. But it'll give you a little bit of feel of what the podcast is going to be like going forward. But the podcast is going to be visual. But it's going to be audio when you're on Apple Podcasts and all those things. It's only going to be visual on YouTube. So there's going to be a channel. We do not have it yet. Meant to get that today. Been a busy day. But I do have tomorrow's show recorded, so that's excellent. And that is where we are. So Eric, so I'm just saying hi to Eric. But our episode is going to be up, if you're looking at Mountain Time in the U.S., 11:45 tonight, which I know is super late. So if everybody saves that for the morning, but if everyone could jump on and like that and watch it in its entirety in the morning. And it's a great one to listen to. Like, just let it play while you're doing stuff, because it really is meant to be a podcast. It's just us with the camera flipping back and forth. Not that most of my shows aren't meant to be that way, but that would be really cool. Get out and show some love on that. We've had an incredible last couple of weeks. Just so much traffic on the shows, so much going on. It's been really encouraging, and it's so much that it's like getting my team pumped up, and people are like, "This is a thing we've got to do." For so long it's been like, this is a fun hobby, and then it was like, okay, this is a cool little thing, and like Valentina's like, yeah, I'm gonna make you a thumbnail because you're lame and it'll make your life easier, so I'll do this for you. And then now it's become like this is like a real thing. Like, we have a real audience and engagement and a lot of traffic, and these last couple of weeks have just been so cool. So thanks to everyone who's helping to make that happen. It really has been amazing. And I'm gonna in just a second here go grab my phone so I can get in on the conversation. I'm sure there's a lot going on now. And last week there was so much I was really struggling to keep up. Now, just before we went live, Marcella dusted this thing behind me, and there is so much dust in the air right now. It's like I'm struggling not to be coughing. It's all sawdust, like dust. But we are talking about, a lot of people have asked me for me to do a show in Spanish, and I think realistically me doing a show in Spanish would be outrageously boring, because I would be so slow and my vocabulary is so limited that if you need me to do a segment, like here's 2 minutes with Scott in Spanish, you'd be like, that's cool. But if you wanted like a show, you'd be like, so yeah, he really doesn't have the ability to convey all that much in Spanish because he's just... It wouldn't be great. But Marcella's talking about doing a show in Spanish, kind of as a conjunction with my show, because often she's there for filming, so she can film some of the same events and same places that we are, but in Spanish, and do a different take on it. And we don't have a name for that yet, but it could be something like La Vida Nica, or The Nica Life, or something like that, but showcasing her life as a Nicaraguan, living in Nicaragua, and in Spanish. So that could be a corollary. And we do have a lot of our audience who are Spanish native. Some of you are living off of captioning and don't actually speak English, and so all of my rambling is useless. So they're probably not the ones that are on the live stream, but certainly a thing. So that hopefully will expand the audience and give a different view of things as well. All right, let me grab my phone and make it possible for me to join you guys. And she's like, yeah, you're taking too long on this. I'm also going to grab some water as I'm choking over here. I really need a little table that goes on the side of where I am so I can store things and... All right. And a lot of you are sending me messages in other places as well. All right. And okay, gotta get in, see what you guys are saying. I don't even know how to find my own live streams. Like, that's it doesn't necessarily pop up for me when I hop in, and it's like, Who does it pop up for? How do you guys find out about it? Because you do. You guys do find out about it, which is amazing. And there's several people on. That also is amazing. And because I'm jumping in, I'm getting the ads for my own channel as well, which is very funny. So I have to wait through the ads. So normally, this is worth noting, normally when I'm behind in the producer station, I see things much earlier. So Marcella is seeing what you guys are saying ahead of me. I'm getting it the same as if I'm not there. All right, there we go. Janet is the first one in. I have to be in and out because of classes, but I'm going to keep checking in. And why is there a two-headed chicken in that picture? I didn't even notice it was a two-headed chicken. Is it seriously two-headed? That's hilarious. Oh, AI can't make the simplest things. You would not believe how many times I render every image in the AI. And like half the time it's like, oh, the AI rendered something inappropriate. We can't show it to you. Like, well, one, why is your AI rendering something that it itself thinks is inappropriate? Just tell it not to do that. And second, if it did that, why tell me just re-render something that isn't inappropriate? Like, there's lots of solutions to this that don't make them look like morons, but they stick to looking like morons. It's very weird. Robert McKenzie, hello from Costa Rica. How's it going, Robert? What brings you here? Life, are you new to Costa Rica, just visiting Costa Rica? Interested in Nicaragua, maybe moving? Relocating from Costa Rica to Nicaragua? Inquiring minds want to know. Janet says, I'll be back. Countdown to explosion. Oh, yes, the beer explosion. We are counting down. Ba-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. I guess all I can do, I will get slapped with a copyright thing. Arthur is here. Hello from Canada. Arthur and I had a email exchange just a little bit ago. Oh, Arthur, I actually made tomorrow's video about a question you asked me. It's very generic, but you were the inspiration for tomorrow's video that I just recorded 20 minutes ago. Patricia says, if you were in the USA, like I'd be in the USA, Amazon would have a nice long charging cable on your doorstep in the morning. Yes, Patricia, but I would still lose it in the house like I did with all my long ones that I have now. My Latin Life is on Vance. Yo, what's up, man? Glad to have you here. I will have you know, Vance, I now have a paid subscription to Zencastr thanks to you. I think it's thanks to you. Maybe it was because of your show that I researched. I was already testing it when we did the show, but I did decide to buy it, and we have been using it for a number of shows so far. None of them are up yet, but tonight, I don't know if you saw that I already said about it. I don't know what time you posted, but my first Zencastr recorded show will go live about 15 or 30 minutes after the live cast is done. Federico, hey, great to be here. Federico here. Federico, I owe you an email. I do have the email. It is the next one up on my answering screen. That's how far behind I am. But it is there on my screen, and I know you're there. Rally Num. Soy el único que vino por la miniatura. You're the only one. Yep. Kevin Adams. Hey, everyone. I'm watching this with my Great Dane. He wanted to see why I spend so much time on this channel. My dogs aren't in here right now. Well, one of them is. Betty, the little tiny one, is sleeping in the corner. I was thinking about hooking up. So this is where the complication comes in. You guys can't see it, but I could almost do it. So I have to, in order to stream to you guys, I have to hook up a camera by HDMI cable to the broadcast board. And to do any length, it has to be a pretty long cable. So it's not the simplest thing. So I'd have to find a long HDMI cable, which I can't do while we're on the show very easily. Hook it up, find a camera. That I could probably do pretty quickly. I think, yep, here's the field camera right here, the Sony ZV-1. I can plug in an HDMI to that, and then I can show you what's going on in the room, and we can show you the dog who's sleeping in the corner, this tiny little puppy, and I can show you La Marcelita working behind the board, but the main camera is mounted on a big tripod, and I can't really move it around too easily, and it's got a lot of cables that'll come loose. Like HDMI is, especially HDMI Mini, it's not very forgiving to moving around. Patricia says, please tell your Great Dane I said hi. Patricia, not where I live in Arizona, 3 to 10 days. Wow. Seriously, 3 to 10 days? In like Dallas, which is not that far from Arizona. Okay, it's a long way from Arizona. We would get things in 2 hours. Easy. Pretty much anything. Something like that. It would be, wouldn't even have to wait for the morning. It would just show up. Kevin says, hola, Patricia. That Kevin says that? I think your Great Dane was meant to say that. Or, Kevin, is your Great Dane confusingly also named Kevin? That would be awesome. Hi, I'm Kevin. This is my Great Dane, Kevin. You could go on a sitcom from Vermont about country inns. Oh, I'm too old. No one's going to get that reference. I'm Kevin. This is my dog, Kevin. This is my half-brother, Kevin. What was it really? Hi, I'm Larry. Larry, this is my brother, Daryl. No, I'm Daryl. This is my brother, Larry. This is my other brother, Larry. Oh, yeah, Newhart. I'm being looked at like I'm crazy because they don't get American sitcoms down here. Marcella's like, what are you talking about? Also, Kevin says... Yes, Kevin. Also what? We're waiting. Dun, dun, dun. All right, this live stream is getting boring as we wait for Kevin to say something. So, what's everyone up to? What are you doing this weekend here in León? Well, in Nicaragua, we've got an exciting week. We're not sure what we're doing. I'm already exhausted thinking about this, so I'm very wary of actually doing it, but I really want to. There is a big concert going on downtown Managua on Saturday night. And so we really want to go because it's going to be a really good show. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's at a bar I've always wanted to go to. It's going to be a good time. And everyone I mentioned it to is like, oh, I want to go. So we may do that. That would be Saturday night. Then I'd have to spend the night in Managua. Then 7 o'clock in the morning, Saturday morning, is a parade or march from Barrio San Juda in Managua, which is one of the barrios that people have come on the show and been like, well, whatever you do, don't go to this barrio. It's so dangerous, right? And of course, I have former employees who are like, I grew up there. It's really nice, actually. But there's a march that goes on in the morning. That's part of the kind of the celebrations that happen here in the summers. So we want to do that. That would be really cool. I want to film it, obviously. And then in the afternoon here in León is the Ipico, which is the giant horse parade show, and that we definitely want to be getting on film. And we have a spot that we're going to be able to film from, so we're going to be on tripod. We're going to have the good camera. We're going to be doing this up like we are going to be doing the Ipico in León, and it is the kickoff to the León 500-year celebrations because León turns a half millennium old this year. So this is going to be a huge party. It's always a huge party. And we're planning on doing that, filming as long as there's light, locking everything up, and then taking just really light camera equipment around for some drinking, and then to the rodeo, which goes on at night. And we have friends who are in the rodeo. So there is so much going on this weekend. So that is, I have to drive out to Managua, party, sleep a little, get up, and then march, and then film the entire last half of the day. It is an exhausting prospect, and Saturday is Father's Day, and I basically won't be able to see my kids. There's so much going on. So that is the weekend. That's what's happening here. Frederico says, looking at tons of your videos, some have been answered, but you talked about gas prices. Today I watched 3 of your videos on a 140-mile round trip to get a haircut and get my international license. Today I watched 3 of your videos. Oh, you were on a 140-mile round trip to get your haircut and get an international license. And during that time, you watched 3 of my videos. Very cool. Glad you were able to sneak those in while doing that drive. We actually today decided that my eldest daughter needs to get a haircut, and the salon in Managua that can do, she has very curly hair, like she needs something special. I know nothing about hair or whatever, but the salon in Managua that can do it is $150, which is insane. And there's one in Esteli that can do it, and it's like $8. So worth the drive, apparently. So we're going to do something similar, but it's not nearly as far, I don't think. Mersa and Edwidge Solvant Chang. I probably got that wrong. Hi, cannot stop watching the episode You and Immense Coffee Movement. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that was a fun episode to do. We had fun doing that. And there's another episode. Like, we recorded that one and immediately recorded one for Elton's channel. So I don't know when it's coming out. He just put out an episode from San Juan del Sur, which is where he went from being at my place. But I don't know if he's like spacing it out so that it's not back to back with the one on my channel or what the deal is. But we did. Kevin says we share name. Kevin and his dog Kevin. It's true. I don't know if he's just trying to, put some distance in time or whatever when that's going to come out. But we did record one. So on Immense Coffee Movement, there's going to be an interview with me as well, filmed here at the house, which is super cool. And the first episode from Generic Expats, where Eric interviews me in Las Penitas about 7 months ago, is live. I did put out a short linking to that today. I've tried to mention it and link it in a few videos, but if you get a moment, go there and make sure you watch that and subscribe to his channel as well. He's currently in Colombia. He's doing a motorbike challenge almost, where he's technically starting in the United States, but riding all the way through Latin America, starting in Mexico for Latin America and working his way down. And he's currently made it all the way into South America, is taking a pause in Colombia to edit and upload a whole bunch of the content that he has created. And then he'll be continuing on around South America, getting all kinds of content, meeting people, doing interviews, and that kind of stuff. So he's kind of doing a similar thing to Latin American Living, but he's doing a vlog format where he's going in person and seeing people. And Latin American Living is much more of an NPR radio program where we're sitting around talking into cool microphones at very low volume. But I have my good mic here. I have new equipment for the show that has been here for a week, and Alan has it on the other side of the city, and we haven't had a chance to meet up to get it yet. And the reason I'm mentioning that is my really cool new voice recorder is over there, and I have not had a chance to get it yet. I've been so busy, I haven't been able to run across town at all. Frederico says, mine was just a haircut. Where I live is 50-mile round trip to get a gallon of milk. Gas is a huge expense for me. Why would anyone live there? I don't know why anybody would live in Arizona in the first place. Remote Arizona? Wow. Patricia says, is your daughter getting a keratin treatment or something? That's expensive. I honestly don't know. Well, she's not doing it. We're not doing that. We're going into the barrio because that's where we can actually get a good deal. Patricia also says, well, that's a long drive, Frederico. Do you get good internet service where you live? I'm going to guess yes. He must be in some flat part of Arizona where there's just like... Arizona, it's funny. Arizona has a lot of just empty space. You don't think about it, but well, maybe you do. If you're in like Phoenix, you're like, oh, big city. But if you actually get up at all in Phoenix, you look out past the city limits and it's empty, right? But it doesn't seem like you're so empty because it's not like a jungle or a forest or a lake. It's just sand or rocks. So I used to work in Phoenix for a while, and there's something about the desert that, while obviously deserts are lonely, and when you go out there, it's empty, but there's something about it being so flat and sandy that doesn't make you feel like people are so far away. Like you still feel connected to Phoenix, even though you're way out. You could be 50 miles out because you can still see it. It's like you're right there. Like, obviously, that's a long walk, and it's hot, but it's also right there. But if you were 50 miles away from something in, say, New York, even not New York City, like upstate where I grew up, it's still like, well, there's 100 villages between here and there, and millions of trees, and you can't see it, and like it's just a completely different thing. Something about Arizona doesn't feel as empty as it actually is. It's really empty. Rick from Denver says, hola. Hey, Rick, how's it going? Victoria Espeleta Lucas, hi, been binge watching your videos. Thank you, that's awesome. We're considering moving to Nicaragua in the near future. Also awesome. Our brother-in-law is from there, veteran with, I assume you're the veteran, not your brother-in-law. $4,300 a month looking at Esteli. Esteli is pretty decent. The biggest complaint I consistently hear about Esteli is that its restaurant scene is weak. So if you don't like cooking at home, you like going out to eat a lot, make sure you do some real restaurant investigations up there. But other than that, the weather is nice. It's on the Pan American Highway. Loads of expats at least take it really seriously as an option. Obviously, cigars and all that stuff are made up there. Walking around the city is pretty easy. City's pretty flat. It's a decent area. I like Esteli. That's where we're going to take my daughter for her haircut. But it is some distance away, but not nearly as far as Elton is in Acatal. But we have a new highway connecting Esteli, being built between Esteli and Leon. That's going to cut down the travel time significantly if you have a car. The bus does not go between them. The bus goes through San Isidro, and so too bad. So $4,300 a month for a veteran, well, for anyone, but for a fixed income retirement here is very good, right? You'll have you can pretty much do anything, be anywhere, and you're in good shape. Rick from Denver, in Dallas this week, headed back to Denver tomorrow. Hey, I lived in Dallas for a long time. What part of Dallas are you in? What you doing there? Frederico, Patricia, 25 meg to 0.7 with directional antenna and WeBoost. To 0.7, huh? That's fast. Thank you. I cook at home a lot. Okay, good. Yeah. You'll have no problem getting groceries and stuff like that. It's just there's something about the restaurant scene. Like apparently it has a pretty good club scene and bar scene, but its restaurant stuff is just bad. Now, Marcella and I were there 2 years ago, and we hit a Mexican street food place. It was quite good. We really enjoyed that. Comida mexicana en la calle en Esteli hace 2 años, cerca de Hotelex. It was a good Mexican restaurant. I could look up the name, I'm sure, but it's a street place, so it's like, okay, there's a lot of places along the Pan American there where it's good to eat, but it's there was one really interesting looking, very American dinery / family restaurant. Like it didn't feel like, you know how like I don't want to say low end, but you know what I mean with diners. Diners are kind of like fast food, but greasy spoon take on fast food. I love diners, right? So I'm not knocking diners. Love diners, but diners are like, I'm just hanging out with my buddy having a coffee. We just got back from the fields, and we're just, it's just where you go on the corner, and then you have like those family restaurants that have a lot of the same menus as diners actually, and they may add a few things, shrimp or something, but then they move upscale, and you have like the nicer booths and a little bit of actual decor or whatever, and the prices are higher, and you're like, why am I paying more? It's the same as the diner. Anyway, it's like one of those. It's pretty nice looking, and I've heard good things about it. Right downtown Esteli, and it doesn't fit with anything. Downtown Esteli is so like Nika, and then there's this one place that you're like, if this was just transported to a small town in upstate New York, you'd never know. Like if you called it the Dansville Family Restaurant, everyone would be like, I bet they have a nice fish fry on Fridays, right? Like you would know, I don't know. So that's there, but really, yeah, the restaurant scene up there is a little bit tough for now, but good opportunity. You want to open a restaurant? I'd recommend it. Rick says, does the PMP project designate carry much weight with you? Does the PMP... I am familiar with the project management certification. Then you wrote what it is. Yes. I have my graduate work in project management for software development. Boink says, hey, Greasy Spoon, great American food. We actually have a Greasy Spoon here in Leon, believe it or not. Desayunazo is a very Nicaraguan take on an American diner. It's hilarious. You go there, and you might as well be an American diner in Spanish. Very funny. Marissa says, if you ever come to Miami, I definitely want to meet you for some Haitian and Nicaraguan food. I'm actually in Miami semi-regularly. I don't ever, quote-unquote, go to Miami, but I am often in Miami simply because, for those who don't know, the airline connections from Nicaragua go through Miami. So it's a place I am, normally Fort Lauderdale. And I have friends there, so it's a place that I just end up. And if we're ever doing like a shopping run where we just hop in a car, run, do our shopping, and run back, Miami is where we go, right? Because we can just hop Spirit from here, $100, be in the U.S., do whatever we need for 24 hours, hop on the plane again, and fly back, which of course is $300 to $400 because you got the flight up, the flight back, and that hotel is not going to be under $100. And of course, if I'm in the U.S., I'm going to stay at a Hilton. Nothing fancy, but I'm going to get my points, right? So that's going to be, I don't think I can get into a Hilton under 150 in Miami. So that's pretty much what it's going to cost. So anything I'm doing now, sometimes we do the shopping and we save so much that it'll pretty much pay for the flight up. So, it can happen. And I wouldn't do it for most things, but for like cameras, which is normally what I'm getting, I like to have them in my bag and know that I'm bringing them back successfully. But yeah, some Haitian food in Miami sounds very good. Victoria, the biggest issue we have is not having the Second Amendment mind-bending. I mean, people here don't notice you don't have any need for it, right? There's nothing to protect against. So it's, I mean, that sounds ridiculous. There's nothing to protect against, but there's really like no need, right? It really is different. If I lived in the U.S. still, right, I'd be like, you're always worried about something. Here, you're not. Like, just it's not like that. Even the cops don't have guns, right? They don't need them. The Celesta, they do. There are cops with guns, obviously, but the police you interact with don't have weapons because they don't need them. Even when capturing criminals, they don't need them under normal circumstances. Right, Boink says no guns in Nika. Like none. I have a good friend is a national award-winning sharpshooter, and he all of his are gone. Frederico, got my hepatitis A shot today. Any others I really need? Is there a certain paper from the Nicaraguan government to fly, or just the passport? I assume, Frederico, that you are carrying an American passport, in which case there are no specific vaccines or anything like that you need, and there's unless you need something special. But for coming to Nicaragua, it's the same as the U.S. Like, if you were in the U.S., would you need these? Would you be recommended to have these vaccines? Then you should do the same coming to Nicaragua. Just treat it as traveling to another state. We're in the same virus zone, if you will, right? Everyone from Panama up we share everything. Now, some things are weighted very heavily towards Panama, such as malaria. Very rare, even by here in Nicaragua. It definitely exists. And by like the middle of the U.S., like doesn't exist at all. Canada would never see it ever. But it's there. Like if the temperature warms up, it'll shift up. And then there's a lot of things like Lyme disease in the U.S. and Canada that could come here, but the warm weather kills it, and so we never see it. But we're one big zone. So anything like hepatitis, anything like that, all the same. The place where it gets different is partway into South America. I think the northernmost place where you end up with a different vaccine situation, different virus situation is Brazil. Hold on, I have to read this real quick. Sorry, had to answer someone. The other question. Yeah, if you're coming from the U.S. on a U.S. passport, you need nothing coming into Nicaragua, just the $10 entry fee, which you can pay with a credit card or just a $10 bill or whatever. But it's U.S. That's it. Passport and $10. Victoria, I'm from Miami. TJ says, hi, Scott. Hey, TJ. Rick says, my Nicaraguan friend whose family owns land in Tipitapa says that he has squatters on his land and has gone through the legal system and can't get them removed. Squatters can be a problem, but generally are not. Like squatters are a really minor thing normally in Nicaragua, but if they're real squatters and have been there for a really long time, then yeah. But same in the U.S. and everywhere, right? All of Europe, squatters, like the moment they're in there, it's a big thing. When you say your friend whose family owns land, does that mean that, like, has this been a long time with no one on it? That's the one time that we see that being a thing. You are required legally, if you have land, to keep it occupied and upgraded. It's just a thing. Like, it's super, super easy. There's no effort. But if you abandon land, after I think it's like 10 or 15 years, you do have to worry about the squatters. But anything less than that, and you just kick them off. Rod, are there a lot of Canadians there? Hey, Rod, and yes, the vast majority of all expats in the country are Canadians, both tourists and expats, right? So many Canadians. That has always been the case. I know there's some recent things in the news, and a lot of Canadians are suddenly looking into Nicaragua, and it's like a new thing for many Canadians, of course. That is separately true, that we are seeing a major uptick in interest. And by interest, I mean people discussing it. However, in person, I mean, I can't tell you how many Canadians I've met in the last 3 weeks who are, I see them on the street, I see them in the bars or whatever, and they're like, hey, yeah, I just came in from Canada, we're checking it out, we're, interested. And a lot of times they were thinking about it before, they're not like new, but that Canadians are thinking about Nicaragua like never before, definitely true, holy cow. But also, Canadians have always been the primary group of expats here in Nicaragua. So there's always, there's this huge tradition of all the tourist areas and all the expat areas being primarily Canadian, or maybe not, more Canadians than anyone else. They may not always be more than 50% of the total immigrant population, but in most cases, we assume they are actually above 50%. Like, If you meet someone, chances are they're Canadian or Nicaraguan, of course. Frederico, don't have. Sorry. Victoria says another thing we are concerned about is no Amazon. So I talk about this a bit on different shows. Like you can go watch some of my old shows. I talk about one. So there's, I think, 3 episodes that really touch on the points. One is I call it, it's like consumerism or something. If you search on that, that'll come up. And I talk about how life in Nicaragua is so different that like your desire to shop has a tendency to change. I definitely wish, like, if I could just make Amazon appear here, I would do it. But given that I can't, I actually don't worry about it. And I actually appreciate how it has changed how I shop, because now I'm spending so much less because I don't just buy things just because I can. I only buy things when they make sense. I only buy things when I think about them for a while. And, I lived in the U.S. I was shopping on Amazon all the time. I would definitely do same-day delivery constantly. I pay for Amazon Prime even now. But it encouraged me, and this is why they do it, it encouraged me to shop so much more. I also lived right by a Walmart. When I visit my dad, he lives directly behind a Walmart. It's like, wow, I can just walk in and get anything. I don't have to get in a car. I can go and do all my shopping for a day on foot. It's amazing, and at huge stores, and only go to online and have it delivered or go to the Walmart. I don't have to go anywhere else. Like, that's so different than here. So I totally feel that, but I really appreciate how it has changed my shopping. It probably cuts what I spend by 50% or more, at least on things, not rent and stuff. That's cut other ways. But then when I do buy things like this camera, this microphone, I do tons of research and I enjoy it a lot more. And I put in the effort and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do that. But then, so yeah, technically Amazon doesn't deliver here. But Amazon delivers to delivery services that deliver here. So everyone just goes online on Amazon and sends things here. And so we still get Amazon delivery. We just get it a week later. And there's an extra fee, but it's not a big deal. It's like, I think, $5 per pound that you're having delivered, and you wait about a week. And it depends on the service you use. Different things have different amounts. But, are we able to go on the Amazon website and shop? Yes. Are we able to buy all the stuff on the Amazon site? Yes. Will it get delivered to our door in Nicaragua? Yes. Oh. Well, how do you define not having Amazon? Well, there's extra companies involved. It's not as cheap. It's not as fast. There's negatives, but we do technically still have Amazon. It's not the worst thing. And then the other episode, so that was a second episode, was how you get things shipped here. And then the other episode, I did one and talked about global thinking and reapproaching how we handle things, like buying stuff and shipping things. So while we don't have Amazon here, we do have an increased access to a whole bunch of like Chinese things like Amazon, like our ability to order from like Alibaba and those things. So easy. Our ability to cross the border and shop in Honduras, our ability to shop in Costa Rica are really, really good. And so are they as good as being in the U.S.? No, absolutely not. But we have multiple countries to choose from, all within a distance we would have driven for shopping in the U.S. Now, if you live in Miami, you live in Dallas, yeah, you don't generally leave your city because they're huge cities. But those are cities with bigger populations than the country of Nicaragua. So if you would drive across town to go shopping in those cities, it's kind of like driving across town to go shopping here. My producer has fallen asleep. Her eyes are closed, and she has no idea that we're talking about her because I haven't changed my voice significantly, and it's really funny because she's about to pass out and slam her face into the keyboard. Okay, you're about to watch one of my episodes about shopping. There are, Boink says there's mail forwarding services for that. Yeah, an example of that is NicaBox. There's many, and I'm always being told about one that's so much better, but I don't use that many. Also, we always have friends who are coming and going. So like I just mentioned about Alan, he was just in the U.S. because, when you live here, loads of your friends go to the U.S. or Canada. It's a totally normal thing, and they're always like, you need me to bring you stuff? Everybody takes suitcases, throws some things in their suitcases, and deals with a lot of things that way. That is also super normal and an everyday thing. Yeah, it's all about being creative and thinking differently about it. But while it's a challenge for us, it's also one we solve every day with no big deal. And once you get used to it, you're like, whatever. Like, we're still going on the same websites and doing all that stuff. Amazon is really life-changingly convenient, but do we really need it? I don't think so. It's true, Patricia. I don't think we do. I really think giving it up changed my life in a positive way, but I would still give into it if it was offered to me. So true, definitely spend more. MLS says, hello from Miami. We got a lot of people on from Miami tonight. It is a Miami kind of night. It should have been a Miami theme. Bienvenido a Miami. That's not the correct direction, but yeah. I'm being laughed at for singing on the... Frederico says, when I lived in Mexico, went everywhere on my electric bike. Can't bring due to lithium batteries. You can buy them here. You could ship it down. You just can't put it on the plane. And even that, I'm surprised you can't put it on a plane. But Rod says, I think the U.S. government does not want Americans to know how safe, cheap, and English-speaking Nicaragua is. Well, I don't think it's very English-speaking, but the other things are definitely true. This is funny. So I have an office in Belize, for those who don't know. And I was talking to some folks up there, and at one point when we had this new office, they said, now you have an office in Belize. You have access to all these English speakers. And I said, what do you mean all these English speakers? Like, you do realize, right, that the entire population, now Belize is an English-speaking country, but the entire population of Belize is almost exactly half the English-speaking population of Nicaragua. I have much better access to English speakers in Nicaragua than I do in Belize. It's just Nicaragua also has so many Spanish speakers, but it's especially like out here in Leon, the number of English speakers is very, very low, but outrageously safe, outrageously cheap. The U.S. definitely does not want people to know. They are very, very concerned about that, and Canada follows suit, often pointing people to the U.S. as a reference. But if you think about it, the way that the U.S. operates, the way that Canada operates, a lot of their claims of the governments have a tendency to be like, well, that's too expensive. We couldn't do that. That would be hard to do. We can't offer you timely health care because it's free, right? Which it's not. But if Canada's free health care, if people, they have this trade-off. Well, we know it's free. You don't pay anything, but you have to wait. And in the United States, they're like, look, we know you pay an arm and a leg, but you never have to wait. You do, but it's not very much. And both of them use the other as the reference. If you ever meet an American who's going to complain about healthcare, instantly they point to Canada. They don't pick someone with good healthcare. They go to the other country, world famous for being the world's worst healthcare, second only to the U.S., and they say, look how bad Canada is. Clearly, whatever you think is going to fix healthcare won't. And Canada does the same thing. Well, look, I know there's some things better about America, but ultimately Canada's a little bit ahead. And they are, because Americans can't go to Canada and fix the problems with the U.S. system, but Canadians can come to the U.S. and fix the problems with the Canadian system, but you can't get better than what the U.S. has. So Canadians have the best of being able to cross the border and get healthcare out of the U.S., but in both cases, to get quality healthcare, you basically have to leave both countries and go elsewhere, which you can do. So you can say, well, they have access to that. But okay, but if any large number of Americans or Canadians actually went around the world and found out what French or Italian or Greek or Nicaraguan or Panamanian or Costa Rican or Colombian healthcare was like, they'd be so angry. And this has to happen in numbers, right? One person does it, no one believes you. Americans and Canadians just do not believe people who travel. They just flat out don't. Sorry, whatever healthcare you experienced in Greece, that wasn't real. You didn't really it was not free, it was not good, it can't be. Like, I don't believe in good healthcare. There's only the American-Canadian disasters. Maybe the British one, which also pretty bad. But if you have a large enough group of people who are like, no, we all got healthcare in other countries, and it was all amazing and often free, everyone would be like, wait, everyone is actually doing this? Like, this is a real thing? We actually went to the hospital yesterday, and it was a real minor thing, right? Just had to have a doctor's consultation. It didn't require any real test, didn't require any real amount of time. But you go into the hospital, you check in, you give them a credit card, they bill you for a consultation. That consultation, this is a private hospital, right? We could have gone to the public one for free, but I wanted to be fast and just make sure it was dealt with. $10 for the 100%, 100% out of pocket, 100% paid. There's no subsidy. There's no insurance. There's no discount card. There was no special. They didn't ask who we were, right? We could have been like, hey, we know somebody. Can you give us a discount? And they would have, I'm sure, because we do know somebody. We didn't do any of that. We came in as anonymous people off the street and just slapped down a credit card. And like, we want to get a quick talk with a doctor. And we saw a doctor in under 5 minutes, I would say. I was trying to answer some things on my phone. We were in the waiting room so little that I don't even know if I answered one message before we were in. $10. That was it, right? If Americans and Canadians knew that you could get immediate, super cheap private and nearly immediate free public healthcare in a place that's not collecting even 1%, literally not even 1% of the taxes as the U.S. or Canada, everyone would be like, wait, you'd have a revolt on the very first day that people believed that. So the U.S. and Canada absolutely depend on people not knowing, because it would be an uprising instantly if there was large-scale knowledge of what the outside world was like, especially in areas like healthcare. I've got to scroll upward. Hello from Miami, lived in Mexico. U.S. doesn't want to know. Many, if not most, on Amazon are Chinese-made. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you just pay more to ship them through the U.S. Patricia says, how are clothing stores? I know you can't get big enough shoes in Nicaragua. What about clothing sizes and availability? Especially for women, it's really good. Women's clothing stores are everywhere. Latinas like their clothes. Mucha ropa para latinas? Yeah, she's like, and so, you can go all over León, and every block has a couple little clothing boutiques. You can go to the Walmarts and go shopping. You can order in on Amazon. You can get Shein shipped in. You really do have a lot of options. And we have big malls with department stores, right? Now, they're not good at having like high-end cameras and things like that. But when it comes to like clothing, yeah, you're in, I mean, it's not as good as the U.S. I'm not saying that. It just, you're in much better shape than you are with other shopping items, and loads of secondhand as well. So if you want to get low cost clothing items, there's a lot that comes in. Iozola says, Rod, that is why it is so important to travel and see for yourself. That is absolutely the case. That was for me. Most of you know, I lived in Europe for a while. And I had to get healthcare for my daughters in France and Italy, in Greece, all three of them. And every medical experience there was amazing. Everything was super cheap. Everything was I think Greece is the only one that charged us at all, and it was like $10. And I remember being like, we had to do a bunch of lab work, right? And we had to pay. They're like, okay, you have to go pay this, and we're like, this is $10. They're like, yeah, you have to pay. We're like, okay. All the doctor stuff, all the hospital stuff was free. It was just because it was going to a private lab or something for some blood work. So we paid that, and then we're like, okay. A week later, we had to come back, and we had to get lab work again because it was something with my daughter, and they wanted to make sure her blood work was good. And we're like, okay, so we have to go pay. They're like, didn't you pay before? We're like, yeah. They're like, no, that's it. And we're like, you pay once for forever? And they're like, yeah. It was like, now we had access to the lab system. We paid our $10. And so it was just this continuous, we just kept going back. And they're like, if you need to pay, we'll tell you. And we're like, are you sure? Because we'll pay. We don't want to take advantage of this small island's, healthcare system. They're like, no, we're good. We're like, oh, okay. If $10 is what it costs, $10 is what it is. And it was great. The doctors took care of us. The hospital took care of us. The lab work was good. Everything's fine. France, I remember we went and saw a private doctor at his not at his house, but his little private practice. And when we're all done, and it was a great conversation. We were so impressed with it. That was our first time ever getting healthcare in Europe, and France is commonly ranked number one in the world for healthcare. And it felt that way, right? We were in, I want to say Bartenheim in the Alsace, and went and saw this doctor at his home. I'm sure I could walk you to his house again. That's funny that it's been so long. And when we're all done, we're like, okay, who do we pay? And he's like, what are you talking about? They don't have a cashier. At his house, he had a receptionist, but she couldn't take your money. And we're like, we're not French. We're not paying taxes. We're not in the EU. We're not paying anything. And he's like, you are a guest in our country. You don't pay. And we're like, what? It was so, and everything was just so good. They just took care of everything. It was wild as an experience as to just how good and how cheap healthcare could be. And here in Nicaragua, it's, probably not on par with France and Italy and Greece, but it's far more like them than it is like what we're used to in the U.S. We were recently in the U.S. We were in Orlando, and just for my doctor to have just time to go see a doctor. Did I say doctor? My daughter to go see the doctor. The same thing that was $10 here. That's all we needed. Quick look, verify that we needed a prescription, and then go. In that case, we knew what prescription she needed. It was an antibiotic. She had an infection, and here we didn't know what was needed. So we paid the $10 here to find out. Had we known, had the same situation happened here as happened in Orlando, it would have been free. Obviously, it would have been free at the public, but we didn't have to go see a doctor at all. We just had to go get the medicine. It would have been like $5, maybe $8. That would have been the total cost. In the U.S., it cost us something like $100 to run around to find out that the clinic eventually could see us, but they didn't know when, for a minimum of $500. $500 just to have him release the knowledge that we already had of what she needed and be allowed to go get it, and then spend who knows how much, probably no more than $20, but however much on the antibiotic itself. It was so insane. We're like, it is literally cheaper if you have an infection, if you're not going to die on the spot. Even if you are, it's still cheaper, but it's not wise. If you are not going to die on the spot, it is so much cheaper to hop a Spirit flight out of Miami, fly to Nicaragua, see an actual doctor who actually practices medicine, not someone who's just withholding medicine to make a quick buck off of you, someone who takes your healthcare seriously, see an actual doctor, you can see them immediately, pick up your medicine, do whatever you need to do, and you are done. And fly back. That will cost you half or less than going to a clinic that doesn't care about you, that it has no obligation to do good healthcare and is just there to make a quick buck and could bill you unlimited money later for no reason whatsoever. 3 years later, they could decide that they haven't made enough profit, go through their old records. Literally have had this happen. Go through old records, find your name, and bill you for something that they didn't do. And then now they're talking about a law to protect you against that also going on your credit score, because often when they do that, they then just turn you in. They never even bill you, right? There's a whole scam to this, but that's what it's like. You're scared every time. Just walking into a clinic and giving them my ID is a scary thing in the U.S. because I don't know what they're going to do with that, but there's no legitimate reason that they need that to provide my health care. It's only because they're doing something to make money, which healthcare is not a spot we should be making money as a society. It is so shocking that that's how bad it is just going to see a foot doctor in the U.S. for a toe infection. It is nuts. But those are things that people really need to understand, right? Like, if I was in the U.S. and I needed to see a doctor, I would get on a plane and go somewhere competent. The one place I would never, ever voluntarily see a doctor is the U.S. Canada comes right behind it, right? But in both cases, go someplace else. Buddhist is here. Evening all. Kevin says, hey, Buddhist. Larry Rawson is here. Need to stop your producer's rum indulgences on Thursdays. I need to get more rum in here. I'm Canadian and wanted to find a spot like León, Nicaragua, but the American government keeps saying how dangerous it is. But it's not, right? We are, someone said this recently, and it's very hard to prove this, but we are the safest city in Latin America. So Nicaragua is generally the safest country across Latin America, but León is its safest city. León is so safe. There is no place in America as safe as León. There just isn't. Like, no place with population. Definitely no place this size, right? The U.S. is where it's dangerous. Rod says it's free if you can access it. Well, in Nicaragua, you can always access it. They make sure of that. Rod says, I assume you're saying in Canada, I've been trying to see a doctor for a rash on my neck for a year. Yeah, that's everyone. I was just talking to Canadians who could not get health care. I was talking to some who had some really, really major things go wrong because what I was told is they just wouldn't see them. And when they finally did, the doctors were not legally allowed to act as doctors and had to do a procedure that was not prescribed by the doctors but was prescribed by politicians, and literally nearly killed a family member. Luckily didn't, but caused major complications and nearly killed them, all because they actually were not, in no other country on earth could you deem them doctors. calling them doctors would be dishonest anywhere else because they were not providing medical care. Which, any given doctor somewhere doesn't provide any medical care, but this was actually a mandate that they were legally not allowed to provide the medical care, making them not doctors, right? Very, very weird. Rod, you really have to check out things for yourself, especially in the U.S. The government is trying to steer you away. As a general rule, if the U.S. is telling you someplace is dangerous, unless you know there's an active war going on, assume it's fake. The U.S. State Department, so two things. They have zero mandate to tell you the truth. That is not their job. The U.S. State Department is 100% legally permitted. Like, it doesn't matter if you catch them. This is their right and mandate, is to provide propaganda. They are not your friends. It doesn't matter if you're American, Canadian. The U.S. State Department is your active enemy. They hate American citizens. Their website, U.S. State Gov, whatever, is there to harm you. It is there to steer you to places that are otherwise not advised for you to go to because they share an interest not with you, but with the American government. It is there to mislead you. That's its function. And everybody who travels immediately finds this out for themselves. This is not something that's like everyone talks about. This is something everyone who doesn't travel is like, there's no way that's true. And everyone who's traveled immediately goes, oh my gosh, the entire thing is a sham. Like, it's completely fake. And it really is. I don't know. And it's not just fake like, oh, this place isn't a good place for tourism, you should go over here. No, they literally tell you that safe places are dangerous and dangerous places are safe because one place makes them money or somehow serves a purpose, and they will steer you there. And a great example is Nicaragua is so safe. It is safer than the U.S., and Costa Rica is really quite dangerous. Not so dangerous that you shouldn't go there. By all means, go to Costa Rica. Don't freak out. But it's 300% the violent crime rate of Nicaragua or the U.S., because Nicaragua and U.S. are so close that it's a rounding error. But Nicaragua is on the safer side, right? And another thing that's very important is in Nicaragua, when there is violent crime, it is essentially always Nicaraguans with Nicaraguans. It's always, barrio fights and things that, long-standing family things or territorial things. It is not things that affect tourists under normal situations, not things that affect expats unless you're like getting yourself messed up in something. When you're putting yourself in danger, you're making a point. And what little crime there is mostly happens in noticeably poorer neighborhoods where it's noticeably more dangerous. Like, any effort that you put in Nicaragua is going to keep you out of harm's way. Like, as a Nicaraguan living under very poor conditions, you are safer than an American going to high school. But if you are not a Nicaraguan living under poor conditions, if you're a Nicaraguan who is wealthy or an expat living in Nicaragua or a tourist visiting Nicaragua, you're in a tier of safety that is ridiculously safe. In the United States, while the overall crime rate is only slightly higher than Nicaragua, it's really noticeable that crimes in the U.S. have a high tendency to affect everyday people, not just gangs like they do in Guatemala or Honduras, which have really high murder rates, but it's still safe to go as a tourist. Why does that work? Because it's all the violence is happening with gangs. Sure, it's still more dangerous than the U.S. or Nicaragua, but it's not dangerous like the numbers show. Same thing with Costa Rica. Most of that crime is in gangs or something like that. However, Costa Rica does specifically have tourism crime. So as a tourist, there you do have to be cautious. In Nicaragua, as a tourist, you actually don't have to be cautious. By all means, be cautious, right? Don't be stupid. But if you are stupid, Nicaragua is the only place in the Americas that you have the ability to go with any safety, right? Because here you can be stupid. They start having a stupid tourist warning system here in León because it's so safe that North American tourists will start going out drunk alone in the middle of the night and just wandering the streets through poor barrios, just making themselves targets because it's so safe that they feel like they can do that. And 99% of them still get away with it. They don't want anyone getting, mugged in the middle of the night, and they don't want them encouraging crime because it's so easy, right? So they want them to stop before it becomes a thing. They don't want them to encourage it. But that's how safe it is. You would never do that in Los Angeles. You would never do that in Chicago. You'd never do that. And those while we think of them as dangerous, aren't. Those are just regular American cities, right? I couldn't do it in Dallas, you can't do it in Houston, can't do it in New York. New York's super safe as big cities go. Like, it's really surprisingly safe. It's still, you can't do those things. It's dangerous. In the United States, crimes, violent crimes, murders regularly happen against unarmed children and teens, like people who are completely innocent in completely innocent situations. In Nicaragua, there is zero fear going to a concert, zero fear going to a mall, zero fear going to school, zero fear going to a public performance. None of those things invite danger. If you're living a pacifist life, meaning you're not out causing problems, you're not out committing crimes, you're not out seeking danger, I intentionally walk through with cameras really, quote unquote, claimed to be dangerous areas because I'm trying to show that it's not as dangerous as people want to claim that it is. I'm putting myself in danger to make it a little bit more obvious how safe it is. Don't do that. That is stupid. Right? But I know I'm being stupid. I know what my risks are. I know what I'm doing, kind of. And, you know, I'm not recommending you do that. You act like a normal tourist, act like a normal expat. You are so safe here. That feeling of I'm going to the mall and I always have to look over my shoulder, that doesn't exist here. Even the expats who are like that at home, you come here and instantly you're like, I don't know what it is, but I don't feel scared all the time. In the US, you have to be scared all the time. Right? It's a scary life. We have so much more contact with friends and family that have been in really dangerous situations in the US than everyone we know of. Then there are those things in Nicaragua, right? The entire population doesn't have as much happen to them as my family and friends have happened to them in the US. It is a different world. If you have any concern as to safety, like I don't, right? So when I'm traveling to a country, I mean, I'm not really stupid, right? I am not going to go to Palestine right now to see how the beaches are. I'm just not going to do that. That's stupid. I'm not about to go to Yemen right now. But if someone challenged me, well, maybe. But it's not a place I'm just going to go. But I did go to Macedonia on the day that the government was overthrown. I did live in downtown Kiev during the war. I have been in places that are actively in uprising, troops on the street, things going on, you know, bombing alarms ready to go off. I don't recommend you do those things, but I have done them and I don't worry about it, right? Those are places that are pretty safe even when things are going pretty badly. And so I'm not worried about that. I would live in Honduras, wouldn't think twice about the safety. I'll live in Guatemala, wouldn't think twice about the safety. I'll live in Mexico, wouldn't think twice about it. There's no country in Latin America where I'm going to be, I'm so concerned about the safety that I don't know if I would live there. If I'm taking my family, the only one I would be concerned about or look into heavily before I made that decision is Ecuador right now. And that's just temporary. That won't last for long. But right at the moment, I wouldn't just take my family to Ecuador. That's it. So for me, that's how I skew. The safety, I think it's too much of a concern everywhere. As long as you're being safe, the world is generally a safe place. It just is. But if you're concerned about safety, if there's any amount of, I just wish it was safer, and that was a priority, obviously we all want it safer. If that was a priority for you, then short of going to Europe or Southeast Asia, if you're going to stay in the Western Hemisphere, you've basically elected Nicaragua and El Salvador as your only viable choices. That's it. They're the only places that have the designation of safer than compared to basically anywhere you're coming from. That's where safety is. So if that's your concern, Rod, you've already chosen Nicaragua and or El Salvador. That's where you need to be. Traveling through Honduras to get between them, if you don't want to fly, it's really not a problem. The zone in between them used to be Nicaragua. It's a very safe zone of Honduras. It used to be like 250 years ago. And people go back and forth all day, every day, like totally fine. I plan to walk it at some point. But both of these countries are so ridiculously safe. It'll change your worldview, and it'll solve whatever it is you're looking for. Short of Europe. I mean, Europe is the safest, right? Europe is ridiculously safe, but it also does it generally by curtailing a lot of rights. Latin America tends towards being a lot more free, but there's dangers that come with that, and so you tend to notice. Oh boy, so many people have been talking. Oh wow, I'm way behind. Drugs in Canada are only cheap compared to states. That is true. James says that Canada consistently uses the U.S. as a comparison because if they compared against the rest of the world, it would be problematic. Io says, Rod, access to the U.S. docs is overstated, I know, as recently retired U.S. doctor. Yeah, I had problems. They thought I had a heart attack. They wouldn't give me an ambulance. They made me fill out a bunch of paperwork, sit around in waiting rooms, go to multiple clinics. Like, it was ridiculous. They expected me to drive myself around while they thought I was having a heart attack. Like, it was crazy. I finally got into a hospital, finally got a person to read my paperwork, and they made me go through all kinds of COVID checks, all kinds of stuff. And I finally get up to the booth, and they're like, "Why are you here?" They didn't ask. It was on the paper because they wouldn't talk to me. And I give them the paper, and it says, sent from such and such urgent care, active heart attack. And her eyes just like fall out of her head. She looks up and she's like, "Yes?" I'm like, "Yeah, right now." And she's like, "Holy crap!" Because no one in the system would escalate active heart attack. I was ambulatory, so they refused to react to it as anything. Now, it turned out I didn't actually have a heart attack, right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, it all worked out fine. But the doctor who sent me to the hospital, first of all, sent me to a hospital that was closed with no ambulance. So I had to get a driver to take me, and she's having a panic attack because it was my wife, because she was just told her husband's having a heart attack. So she's freaking out. We get to the first hospital, and we had to wander around a hospital and eventually just decided it had been abandoned. It was in the middle of Dallas. It was, all the lights are on. It is advertising itself as an ER, and you go in, there was not a soul. It looked like the rapture had come or a zombie apocalypse had happened. Like, that's what it looked like. There were no people. You could just walk around the hospital, empty corridors, empty rooms. It was insane. And then we drove on. Eventually, we found a hospital that was actually functioning. And then we went through this whole rigmarole of multiple checkpoints just to be allowed to tell someone that I needed to be seen right away. Then once I got a doctor, he was like, "Yep, you're good, we're good." And the whole thing was, the thing you told the first doctor was true. They just screwed everything up. Boink says, during the Somoza era, healthcare in Nicaragua was not very good. Well, yeah, of course not. That whole, we're just slaughtering people and taking their land. Not a lot of need for good healthcare when the U.S. is in charge. Frederico, can a visitor visa holder get the same medical coverage as a Nicaraguan on the free system they have? Yeah, Frederico, there is no system. There's just public hospitals that take you for free. There are private systems. There's no checks. You don't use an ID card. You don't do anything. You just go into the hospital. So, yeah. Boeing says you can't do visa runs to Honduras. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but that is correct. I just don't know what it's a response to. James says, Rod, I went to a dermatologist in Messina, New York. I've been there. It only cost $150, better than waiting. I gave up after 3 months. Kevin says, what was I thinking? I withdraw my stupid question. Kevin, I don't know what the question was. What was the stupid question? I'll never know. Kevin says, it was 100 degrees here in Nebraska again today. My brain is overheating. Rod says, James, I wait to visit dentist in Mexico rather than in Canada. Oh, yeah. A fraction of the cost, same equipment, education, quality of care. I can honestly tell you our dentists consistently, every American we talk to here in Leon, our dentist here in Leon, they all are like so much better than any dentist they've ever used in the United States. And that's, people who've had like major dental, someone's like, I just get a cleaning, but it's nicer here. But others are like years of major dental care, huge ordeals. And they're like, they can never find a dentist who can get everything working with their jaw. Came here and the dentist is just like, oh, wow, who screwed up your mouth? Let me fix this. $20, 30 minutes later, everything's fixed. And he's like, what is going on? Like, they can't believe that the doctors just fix things here. Like, it's crazy. Boink says just over the border in Tijuana, you have many good in Tijuana, many dentists. Yeah, it's anywhere along the U.S. border with Mexico, it's just lined with dentists. They know that Americans want to just go over the border, although often it's better to fly somewhere, unless you live on the border. Rod says I live far, far, far from that border, about 5,900 kilometers away. Cuba as well. If you're Canadian, getting Cuban healthcare is pretty easy. If you're Nicaraguan, it's pretty easy. But if you're American, it's very difficult, or possibly difficult. Larry says, one point you have to make clear to listeners. You're always talking about healthcare here. Any accidents will be treated completely. However, any elective surgery, long-term treatment you need to be a resident of Nicaragua. Oh, interesting, Larry. Okay, so that was all one thing. I had to find the rest of it. So, of course. Well, elective surgeries, that makes sense. Long-term treatment, though, that I'm surprised by, that you do have to be a resident for long-term treatment. But that's just resident, not citizen. But good point. Yeah, if it's emergency or acute, then you can, but it doesn't have to be like emergency room emergency. It can be like, I have the sniffles, I need to see a doctor. I have a cut, I need to get stitches or whatever. Rod says, yeah, but Cuba is having load sharing 12 hours without, load shedding. Even at resorts these days, they are so desperate. Russia will be making them into Ukrainian fertilizer. Yes, and the Russian Navy is there today. Kevin says, my supplementary dental insurance lists over 100 dentists at every major border city, especially Tijuana. They are approved payees. So that's nice. A smart insurer would do that, right? Because that's how you save the money if their goal is to actually get you healthcare and save the money. James says, nice was in France. The healthcare was amazing. In Europe, the doctors are employees of the state. Canada wanted European route. The medical system in states, lobbyists lobbied government. Yeah. In the U.S., so I'm a big believer in anything that's a utility, healthcare, water, sewage, electric, internet. One way or another, it's the public space. It's part of the government. If you privatize it, it's corruption, right? Like, I don't see that. I see it as a black and white issue. The government owns your healthcare. I mean, if you made healthcare 100% open, you had no certifications, no one could call themselves a doctor, or everyone could, and everyone can it's just the Wild West and you can do anything you want. Okay, maybe. But as long as you're going to certify doctors, have any kinds of rules around it, have any kind of certifications around it, it is a public utility. It has to be. When you're in emergency situations, when you're in a health, you can't just travel indefinitely. There can't be unlimited doctors. The market can't balance itself. It's not possible to be a free market system. There's a million problems with it. So it, like all the other things that the government controls, access to your roads and electric and all that, no matter what you call it, no matter how many companies are falsely involved, it is the government. Any company that's involved is an arm of the government. In the U.S., anytime that they do a private company doing that stuff, they do it so the government doesn't have to follow regulations. Because it would obviously be cheaper to have the government do it. There would just be fewer layers. It's still corrupt. It's still, incompetent. But if the government did it directly, then it would have to fall under all the things that the government legally has to follow, right? They can't discriminate, they can't do whatever. But private companies in the U.S. are allowed to discriminate even when the government is paying them. So the government just picks a private company that does whatever it is they want them to do. That's illegal. If the government does it, claim it's not the government, which is a lie, and then says they don't have to follow the law. Jurai says, if Crypto Bull Run happens, I'm moving to Nicaragua. All right. Rod says the dentist would be drilling and halfway through the power would be turned off in Cuba. Yeah, that would be a problem. Renee's here. Hey. Luke says do no harm. TJ says, I decided to sell my monitor and just bring the PC. Should I ship it to myself before I leave the U.S.? Probably. That would be the thing to do. Ship it to whatever hotel you're going to be at or whatever. Larry says, what will the traffic situation on Saturday and Sunday? Is it possible to drive to the beach the Ipico weekend? Where are you coming from, Larry? If you're coming through Leon, I mean, generally there's a way through, but the city is such a mess now anyway that it's hard to believe you could get through now. Like, I just drove through the city today. It was a nightmare. It's because they're putting in new water systems. The Ipico will close down the majority of the city. It's going to go from Sutiava all the way to Heroes and Martyrs Stadium. And so I think if you stay on the south side, like if you're coming in from Managua and you stay on 4th across the south side of the city, and definitely on 6th on the south side of the city, that you'll be okay and be able to, but you got to make it all the way past the church at Sutiava. So if you pop up at Marcadito and head out to the beach, you should be okay. It might be a pain, but you'll be okay. Peter Sari, have you ever heard of people having problems with off-duty police officers? No, nothing of the sort. If an off-duty police officer hassled you, they'd be in so much risk. Like, there's no way that they would ever do that. Peter says, I heard there are no chemtrails in Nicaragua. Is that true? There's no flight paths over Nicaragua, right? There just aren't. So, planes fly in from Cuba. They pass over Honduras. They enter the Nicaraguan border northeast of Esteli. They fly to Managua and go back. So the majority of the country, like, you will never see a plane in the sky. Just not a thing. Artur says, unfortunately, I have to go. I can't wait to see the new episode that my email inspired. Have a good night. You too, Arthur. Yeah, it'll be up tomorrow night. Isakor, hey Scott, good to see you. Good to see you too. James says, had one amazing dentist. He was a comedian at Second City Comedy Club. The banter of him and his assistant, that is hilarious. I'm going to step just forward for a second and grab my beer that is sitting out of arm's reach. La otra es... No, sin van okay. No. All right, we got it. Here, we're going to get the sound. Oh, yeah. Nice cold cognac right there. Refreshing Nicaragua. Let's see if it focuses on. What are the chances? We gotta get it in just at the light. I think the light's gonna, but it's not gonna. I gotta put my face here. Yep. Right. See? No? See? Aha! We got it. Such a challenge. Delicious. Now I have no table. I have to keep it in my hand indefinitely. I guess. Okay, hold on. No, está bien. Tengo un espacio. I have to lean a little bit out of camera. It's not bad. It is interesting having my producer here because it's just a whole different thing. Okay, Purple Pill Riches. How's residency and hospitals in Nicaragua? So, Purple Pill, I think a little bit more details as to what you're looking for. I mean, because the answer would be they're pretty good. So residency is a complex topic because everyone thinks they need something that they don't because Nicaragua just has a far simpler system than other countries. And so loads of people think that there's a bunch of stuff to go with residency, but it's often they're getting their terminology wrong. And also, we all use slang here that's accepted. So technical residency is automatic and means nothing. So like I'm a resident, happened years ago. I get nothing for that. Absolutely nothing. But I can stay and live here indefinitely, but I didn't need to be a resident to do that. I just magically turned into one at some point. But when people say they're residents, they never mean that they're the legal resident. They mean that they have a specific, one of several specific residency visas, which do give you something, but not very much, but you don't really need, but you may want. But it's not that, like, it's very complicated to explain, but it's so easy to do. Like, it's the best residency system as far as I know in the world. And the hospitals are very good. We have amazing private hospitals, we have free public hospitals, and we now have 2 truly epic public hospitals being built. The largest in all of Central America is almost done here in León, and a really big one handling the North Country in Nueva Segovia in downtown Ocotal is partway done. I think they said 40%, which is pretty good. Like, there's a structure there. Brian says, hey, Scott, love the show. Glad to catch you live. Thanks for all the hard work. Well, thank you, Brian. That means a lot. And welcome to the live stream. 3 Little Birds. Hey, Scott, from Albert and Iris. How are you guys doing? I assume the 3 Little Birds thing is a reference to the Bob Marley song. And if not, I have no idea what that is about. 3 Little Birds is definitely a major musical piece here in Nicaragua. We hear that so often. So often. Oh, yeah, residency here is amazing because the way it works is you have a tourist visa on arrival. And so assuming you're North American or European, you come and you get 6 months. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but not much. Like you just stay for 6 months. Yes, you have to let them know you're here and a few things. Then you cross the border and you get another 6 months. So you stay generally for years. And very few people come to Nicaragua and never want to travel. Not because Nicaragua is not amazing and doesn't have enough to do, but it's a small country. So there's a couple factors here, right? One is that Nicaragua is a small country. It's like moving to Ohio. So if you move to Ohio, which I don't recommend, but if you did, right, move to Ohio, and most people who live in Ohio, within a relatively short amount of time, have a sudden desire to not be in Ohio. So they go to Florida during the winter to go to Disney World or SeaWorld or whatever. And sometimes they run to New York to go to the wine country because it's only a few hours away. And sometimes they go to Chicago because they just want to go to a really big city. I mean, it's not that far away. So when you live in Ohio, which is shaped a little bit like Nicaragua and is about the same size as Nicaragua, it's really easy to go to another state and you think nothing of it, but you go to them because they have something you want that Ohio doesn't have. Now, I get it that Ohio has a beautiful waterfront and Cleveland is a much cooler city than people give it credit for. Absolutely, that is true. But Ohio has a population massively larger than Nicaragua. So if you're looking at the number of people you're going to interact with and the number of things to do, Ohio actually has quite a bit more than Nicaragua. Nicaragua may have Ohio on natural beauty and resources. We have more canyons. We have more oceanfront. In fact, we have a lot, and Ohio has none, but we have only barely a little bit more lakefront. We have lake islands that are a bit more interesting. We have volcanoes. Ohio doesn't. Ohio has bigger rivers, so forth. So they're relatively similar. But when it comes to human interaction, Ohio has a bunch of giant cities and a lot of small towns. There's just a lot to do. I grew up with my family in Ohio, so I spent a lot of time in Ohio. When you're in Nicaragua, you're going to have a similar vibe, but with a lot fewer people. So if you're just interested after time of doing something, just like in Ohio, where you might run to New York for something, if you're living in Nicaragua, you might run to Honduras to go to Tegucigalpa for some shopping or for some different restaurants. They just have different food. Honestly, the beans are better up there. Don't tell anyone. And if you go, you want to see high rises, you want to do a big city thing, Tegucigalpa is not that far away. You want to go see a really amazing resort area in the mountains, Valle de Los Angeles in Honduras is excellent. You have the Fonseca Bay coastal front in Honduras. So you go just a few minutes farther, like 2 hours, and you're in El Salvador with all of its amazing stuff, right? Tons of surf beaches and an amazing big city that's super cosmopolitan and modern and microbreweries and all kinds of stuff, and even snow. It's the only place in Central America that gets snow that I know of. And of course, you've got Mayan ruins and stuff up in those countries. And there's just a lot to do, and it's all so close. It would be like someone in Ohio running to Pennsylvania or New York, maybe New Jersey, right? So you would just do that. Like, you wouldn't think twice about it. And then, instead of going to Chicago in the other direction, well, Costa Rica, which I don't know how many of you have heard of Costa Rica, but it's kind of well known for tourism. So when you're from the United States, Americans have a tendency to be like, oh, I really want to go to Costa Rica for a vacation. Wouldn't that be cool? Well, imagine living in Nicaragua. Turn that up 1,000 times, because for you, it's an expensive flight and you don't know what you're doing, probably, unless it's not your first time. And it's like there's kind of scary, kind of a mental barrier, but you do want to go see it. Nicaraguans are like, let's go for dinner. I can just hop in the car and drive to Costa Rica. Like, it's right there. Tons of restaurants, tons of beach resorts, tons of activities and amusement parks. Like, there's so much tourism infrastructure. It's right there. So you do that all the time. The point being is that you automatically travel to other places naturally when you live in Nicaragua because they're so accessible. And in the United States, it's so accessible is Pennsylvania. But for the same effort of going to Philadelphia from Ohio, we can go to Colombia, right? Talk about a different world. We're hopping a couple countries away. The flight out of Costa Rica, which is one of our local airports to Colombia, is $74, right? That's a tank of gas, maybe not even, one direction in your drive across Pennsylvania. So we have a natural reason to travel internationally. This is all about residency. That's why we're talking about this here in Nicaragua. And also, because of how much the U.S. pressures people to not go to Nicaragua, because of how much they try to use the media to make Nicaragua seem unattractive for one reason or another, there is a natural selection that the people who do come to Nicaragua lean very heavily towards the adventurous. People who are willing to step outside their country's comfort zone. People who are willing to go to places where their family members are constantly telling them false information because they've been misled by the government or whatever. Everyone, you just have this feeling. Try it. I'm going to go to Nicaragua. You will get at least 7 out of 10 people will be like, why? It's so dangerous. Like, what do you know about Nicaragua? Do you even know where it is? In most cases, they think it's in a different continent than it is, right? It's often thought of as being in Africa. People have no idea that it's been safe for a long time. People have no idea that it's been stable for a long time. None of those things are things that people know. They all just assume that it's a active, warring African nation because that's how they get it presented to them, and they just run with that information because, I don't know, we've been trained to do that. So you get this adventurous, right? All of you on my channel, you all have an adventurous spirit. Maybe some of you a lot, maybe some of you a little, but all of you are in a more adventurous than normal mode. That's your life. The fact that you're seriously here watching this content. I know not all of you are thinking about moving here, but all of you are taking an interest in something more adventurous than the average person is going to do. So any of you who then decide to come here are more adventurous than the ones who don't, on average. So you get, if you go hang out with expats here, you will instantly get a vibe of, oh, this is definitely more adventurous than average. These are people who naturally have less fear than the average person. It's one of the things that makes Nicaragua so much safer is that our expat communities are very safe because we're all adventurous, not fearful people. And people who don't travel, who never leave their country, doesn't guarantee anything, but they lean towards fearful. They lean towards not adventurous. Those could be two separate things, not necessarily tied together. So because you're adventurous, this also means you're very likely to use Nicaragua as a launching pad to see the world, right? And one of the reasons that people pick Nicaragua is that the low cost of living is a home base, and this was a major factor for my family, is that by having a safe, very easy to deal with, extremely low cost of living home, that gives us more power to then travel and see the world. We can do more things because our home isn't draining us. When we lived in the United States, even if we weren't there. So if we took a month and went to Romania. So I lived in Romania, right? When we went to Romania, all of the cost was in the flight. But when we got to Romania, it was dirt cheap. We didn't keep a home in the United States. We actually moved to Romania. But had we kept a home in the United States, we'd have all of our bills, our electric. It wouldn't be as much as when we were there, but we'd still have a big electric bill. We'd still have a mortgage. We'd still have insurance. We'd still have the cars. You can't get rid of that stuff when you're just going for a few months. You got to keep it. We were lucky. We got rid of our houses, got rid of our cars, unloaded everything, and just kept a little storage unit. And luckily, my dad provided one in a barn. We didn't even pay for that most of the time. So we really did make it work. So we were able to move to Europe and only pay our cost in Europe. Plus, some I probably kept car insurance in the U.S. so I could drive more easily. But it was super easy because you just say, I don't have any commute. I don't have any cars. It was really minor. And so all of that is to say that the chances that if you come to Nicaragua that you're not going to travel from Nicaragua is this big. It's like it could happen, but it's not going to happen. You're going to travel. Maybe not in your first 6 months because you're super excited about being in Nicaragua. So you're like, whoa, I don't need to travel. If I'm going to travel, I'm just going to Matagalpa. I'm going to go to Somoto Canyon. I'm going to go to San Juan del Sur and party on Sunday. You've got things to do. You haven't been here long enough to be bored of what's here. You're not getting that. For most people, you're not getting antsy to go to another country. No problem. You do these renewals on your border run. Then at some point, I just went to Belize, right? Fly up to Belize. I spent a few days, fly back. Well, that reset my visa, my tourist visa. I got another 6 months when I did that. If I want to go to Costa Rica to go to Taco Bell, that's a real thing. My daughter loves Taco Bell. Hey, hop in the car, take a bus, run to Liberia, stock up on Taco Bell, eat 3 meals in a row, get a whole bunch to go, throw it in the fridge when we get back, right? Keep a cooler in the car if that's what you want to do. Throw dry ice in there, load it up with Taco Bell, and be stocked up for a while. We can do that. Just running to Taco Bell resets my tourist visa and gives me another 6 months. So if I do anything, last fall, I went to Bolivia for a month. Not quite, but almost a month. Fantastic. Loved it. Such a great time. For me, that was just a normal trip. I wasn't leaving Nicaragua. I kept my place here. But it completely reset my visa to a point where I'm not on the radar for anything. So if you're doing these normal patterns, which the majority of the expats that we know here are, you never need to go beyond the tourist visa system, because you're never what Nicaragua considers a permanent resident. You're just a person who's always here, but you're always traveling, so you're not a resident. If you want to be able to stay here without ever going over the border, you don't want to travel at all, and some of that, especially some retirees are like, nope, I want to stay put. At most, I'm going to go a couple hours to Managua. Let's keep it minor. No problem, that's fine. If that's you may end up needing to get residency paperwork so that you don't need to do the runs to the border every 6 months, but it's only every 6 months if you never travel. For me, we say we're on the border run system. If we stay over 6 months, then we would go to the border, but we don't have to because we just never here that long. We're always going back to the States for some shopping. We're always going to see family. We're always running on vacation or going to get food or whatever somewhere, doing something interesting, and that keeps our visas from ever needing to do that. And so that's a really powerful thing to understand, that if you have that adventurous spirit, really quickly you're going to be like, oh, I don't have these all these limitations and requirements that people expect me to have, they don't actually exist for me. So that's a surprisingly big deal. So my monitor, Larry, Arthur, I'm way behind now. That was all Hay House residency. That was a really long thing on Three Little Birds. James says, view on parallel thinking. For a moment, I thought it said parallel parking. Peter says, can you just stay after arriving without going through the application for residency then? Yes, that's what I was describing. I don't know when you wrote that. So yes, that is the expectation, right? It is not the norm to file for formal residency. Just so you understand, at some point legally, at 181 days, it's not some point, there's a very strict number. At 181 days in the country, in a year, you're a resident. It doesn't mean anything. It's an automatic thing in the background. But if your home country, for any reason, ever said, are you a resident there? You say, well, legally, yes, I am. I'm a legal resident. Gives you nothing. It is worthless. No one ever says it because it's such a dumb thing. But in that one circumstance where you need to tell an official agency and you're worried that they may check up on you, by law, you're categorized as a resident. But it does nothing. Milton says, if you have dual citizenship, can your wife and kids also become citizens of Nicaragua? Would it be easy? I don't know that your citizen... So for your wife, no. She has, assuming, Milton, you're the resident, your wife has no reasonable path to residency. To citizenship. Of course she can be a resident. She's an automatic resident. Automatic. She has to file, but there's no hoops to jump through. She doesn't have to prove anything other than that she married a Nicaraguan. So she just gets permanent residency as long as you're married. You're done. She doesn't get to work here. Does she want to? She's a citizen somewhere else. You can make the money from there. The kids, however, assuming they're your kids, they should already be Nicaraguan citizens. Like that, they don't have a path to it. This is my understanding, right? I'm hardly an authority on Nicaraguan citizenship stuff for Nicaraguans, but a Nicaraguan who has children, their children are Nicaraguans. Nicaragua may require some paperwork, some declarations, but you're not turning them into citizens. You're proving that they were born citizens, which is a very different thing. So for your children, it should be they are citizens. For your wife, no. Is there some theoretical way? Maybe, but it generally involves petitioning the president personally. Like, of all the people in the country, I know of one person who managed to do it ever, and it took him 38 years. And he, had an autobiography written about the things he did to protect the country and was involved in active wars and, the level of stuff that he did. Like, he was a bodyguard to Salvadoran freedom fighters who were trying to petition the U.S. government to stop paying for death squads to kill people in El Salvador, right? Like, he was seriously putting his life in danger, really dedicated his life to helping the region, Chile and Salvador and Nicaragua, has been threatened by the U.S., had his life threatened, and it took him 38 years and was personally granted just a few months ago, a year ago. So is it possible? I can't say no, it's not possible. Is it going to happen? No, it's definitely not going to happen. ER says Las Bonitas Beach is amazing. Something popped up. Warm water too. Yeah, a number of people, I think it must be warm right now. A number of people have mentioned how warm it is, and normally they don't. So I think it's warmer than average. Frederico says, on one of your videos, you talked about the landlord ripping you off on electricity. Are most apartments and houses on the landlord or the renter's name? If you're doing short term like I was, like it was furnished and, I was paying super high rent and all that, it's generally in the landlord's name because they can't switch it in and out. Like I have a rental unit that, hey, to Ed and his family who is here, I don't know, I doubt they're on the live stream, but they watch the show all the time. They just rented from us, and we're super happy. They were our very first renters ever in the apartment, and they just left this morning. So it was very exciting for us because we've never had a rental apartment before. It's a little bit funny because I own hotels, right? But I've never had a rental apartment previously. It went fantastic. They said everything was great. One little leak on a new spigot we had just put in, so we got to get that little silicone is all that's needed. But my point being, as someone who does short-term rentals for an apartment, we have no way on a short-term to turn the electric on and off or hand it over to someone. Like it just can't be done. They sometimes don't read the meters for months, so it would be impossible for us. and like the internet. While internet's very flexible here, they're not going to be happy with us if we turn it on or off, and that's the biggest expense for us. Like we put in really good internet at our units because we want people to have amazing fiber and to be digital nomad locations, and not just you can go check your email. So people really do appreciate that. Also, when they're not rented out, I want to use it, and I don't want to be like, this internet sucks, I'm so upset. I want to be able to use it as a backup office, right, or a studio, which we'll do at some point. Some point we'll have some time, we'll move some stuff down there. We can broadcast from the apartment and use it as a space. And it's way bigger than here. It would be really interesting, I think. So we'll do a live stream from there sometime. I think that would be really cool. But for as a short term, there's no way that you don't pay that. So with us, we just build it into the daily price. But we expect people to rent much shorter. When I rented, it was much longer term. And so they were charging us for it. They had air conditioning, and so they're like, you use the air conditioning. It's this really expensive amount. And they're charging us like $450 a month, which there are people that pay that, but we know we weren't using that much electricity. Like we never ran the air conditioning. So we were definitely getting ripped off. Maybe it should have been $250, maybe, but because electricity can be expensive, and it's Granada, which is expensive, but it was ridiculously high. When we've rented and paid for it in our own name, we've never had it be anywhere near that amount. Businesses, yes. Businesses pay a higher rate and they use more electricity. So yeah, of course. But when we've had our own places, we've never had it hit, I think, 150, and sometimes it hits like 10, right? So it's all over the place, but when you have a landlord doing it, it seems to consistently be way higher. But if you're getting a unfurnished type place and you're getting it for, say, 6 months, no, it'll go in your name and then you're protected. Kanki, there's this girl I found that lost her front teeth during an epilepsy episode. Oh, that sucks. They want $4,000 here in Miami to fix it. Would it be worth it to travel to Nicaragua? Absolutely. Reach out to me. I will get you the information. I have 2 doctors here that you can talk to remotely. You can take pictures, send in information, get everything worked out ahead of time, make sure they're ready for you. And they're the doctors. They're not the, I'm terrible with these terms, the orthodontic surgeon. Is that right? But some of you actually have seen, if you see me film at Dr. Coffee, the owner's sister is my daughter's orthodontic surgeon. That is absolutely, so I have 2 doctors plus the surgeon. I have 3 people at a place that we use. We love them. They're fantastic. Absolutely send me an email if you can't find my email. Keep messaging, and I'll make sure that I get you the information, and I can check my email while I'm sitting here to make sure you're able to get a hold of me. I will get you. It's funny, but my doctor's on Instagram. But I'll get you my doctor on Instagram, and you can talk directly to her and work things out, and get that. Yeah, you'll be able to move her to Nicaragua for the length of the stay, all the flights, all the food, all the housing, all the health care, and you'll save money, and really, really quality care. So definitely reach out, and I will get you in contact. TJ, I see your message, and I'll get to you. ER just visited Leon and Las Penitas Beach, and short, cheap taxi ride drops you off next to the beach sand and picks you back up. Yes, it does. Oh, that's Ed. Ed, hey! Ed that we were just talking about. Now Ed can be like, actually, we didn't like some things. That's awesome that you're on, Ed. I had to look at the picture because it's hard to see that it's you until I get really close. Nicole Jeffrey says, hey, Scott, can my husband and I bring our individual laptops without getting custom charges at the airport without a tourist visa? Okay, so the first thing is you always have a tourist visa, right? It's not on paper or anything. It's automatic. So if you are a tourist and you cross the border, you're on a tourist visa, or you're snuck in as an illegal alien, but they're not going to give you any paperwork. It's just the stamp. They just go, and that's your 90-day visa. That can be extended another 90 days. So you do have a tourist visa, but you don't do anything. You don't have to talk about it. Every person coming into Nicaragua, regardless of what visa you're on or how you're coming in or whatever, the act of legally crossing the border means you can have a laptop. And everything is done by person in Nicaragua. There is no family limitations or anything like that. So if you're given a laptop when you come across the border, you get a laptop, your husband gets a laptop. if you're carrying 2 laptops and he's carrying none, expect that there's a somewhat of a chance they're going to have a conversation with you, but you just pull them over and say, this is my husband, this is his laptop, look, he doesn't have one, and they'll be like, and they'll be fine. But definitely better, just separate them when you come through, but that's it. Yeah, I come through with multiple computers every single time I cross the border, and it's never a problem. The official thing is you get 1 per person, and we always bring 1 per person minimum. We always try to push it, right? Well, we brought some laptops and tablets. They're not laptops, and they're not. But so Isis Castillo, I just joined the live. Well, welcome. Great to have you here. So sorry if you already spoke about this, but what extracurricular activities are there for young kids ages 9 and 8? We'll be living in Granada. So Granada has a lot more than what we have here, so they could easily have things I don't know about. The tendency here in Nicaragua is, 1, extracurricular activities are not a super popular thing as a concept. The idea that kids are going to go do structured activities beyond school, obviously that exists, right? But the way that Americans tend to look at it is different than it's looked at here. So you don't really see that. So any activities that you are going to have are going to be much more community-based. So if you're looking for things, of course, there are people who are going to have sports teams. Marching bands are very popular, color guard stuff. You can take classes and stuff of any type, right? Obviously, a lot of people play music. A lot of people do art. Those kinds of things are pretty widely available. But things like the robotics club and stuff like that, I've never heard of. Maybe if you're in Managua, maybe there's a few specialty things. Maybe, but that would be unlikely, I feel. In Granada, you're in a pretty small town. That is a small city, half the size of Leon. So while they have a lot more expats, I think you'll find that the number of formal extracurricular activities is probably pretty low. But will an 8 and a 9-year-old be able to keep themselves busy in Nicaragua? Probably without too much of a problem. My kids, we're very much on letting them do their own thing, which often means lots of video gaming, which we actually promote quite a bit, and they do tons of artwork. They do content creation, right? They're very private about it, so they don't have cool channels. Actually, my one daughter, she put up one video and got 15,000 views. One video. I'm like, you don't need, you have 2 subscribers and 15,000 views. It's absurd. She's way better at this than I am. But they don't like to do their stuff publicly, or my youngest would have a massive feed just doing her artwork. But she makes, 20 or 30 drawings per day, and does those things just on her own. And has been definitely since she was 9, for sure. So I would say, being in Nicaragua, there's a lot of opportunity for family time and things to do. You're in a new country. If you're not here for a super long time, you can come up with so many things to do together as a family. Go explore museums, check out the waterfront, go explore food and history and churches, and, if you have the time to spend, you're not going to be wanting for activities. If you're looking for the school to provide you with structured things to do, I think you're going to be very, very lacking. Here, the schools try to spend as little time with the kids and get them into home as much as possible, whereas in the United States, the idea is how much of the day can they take the kids, because people need to commute, people need to work, people need to do all these things. Here, it's, we got to educate the kids, but we immediately want to get them back home. So they tend to do 4-hour school days, whereas in the United States, it's much more 10 or 12 hours in a lot of cases, especially now. I know my kids, their cousins are always doing 12 to 14-hour days. They literally just get up early in the morning, get home, and go straight to bed. They have nothing else 6 days a week. But here, it's not like that at all. So the culture is very different around that. So I think you're gonna be able to find private teachers for anything. And if they don't speak Spanish, I would recommend that be one you focus on. Make that a major activity. Maybe find an in-person teacher. If you just want someone who's going to do stuff online, I can get you information on someone. But if you're in Granada, obviously there's about 150,000 potential Spanish teachers in that city, and find someone who is young, gets along with your kids, is going to be kind of like a nanny, and maybe is willing to take them and do do activities with them, right? Someone who speaks English would be handy, and they can go do things in Spanish. Let's go to museums. Let's go to an art gallery. Let's go to a restaurant, talk about the food, talk about the words, and practice Spanish and just do an immersion. That would be a thing I would target pretty heavily if you could, but certainly going out and finding in any given community the football team, which is soccer, the baseball, that's huge, things like that, definitely possible at all age ranges. Jillian is here. She says, sorry she's late. Jillian, what's going on? James says, can go skiing in El Salvador. Water skiing, I don't think you can. The amount of snow is definitely not enough to ski on. Three Little Birds says, we know it's safe. We travel all around Nicaragua. Isis says, also, we will travel with our dog. What documentation is required to enter Nicaragua? You have to have international papers. It's been a while since I did it, but if you go see a vet in the U.S., you definitely have to have rabies vaccines ahead of time, which you probably already have, but they can't be brand new. And there's some international paperwork. So in Miami, especially, a lot of the vets know what to do to give you the right paperwork for international travel. There's nothing really specific for Nicaragua. It's the things you need everywhere, pretty much. Victoria says, truth. Three Little Birds. We picked Nicaragua because of your knowledge. Oh, thank you. It's, every time someone says that, I send it to the Department of Tourism and stuff. And I'm like, hey, we're getting some attention out here. You should help us out with stuff. We actually did ask some things. I specifically, this is the silliest thing, right? But I specifically asked that someone set me up with the Department of Tourism because I want access to some things. Specifically, one that I really want to do. You guys are going to be like, this is going to be boring content. I want to do the International Food Festival, which is at a conference center. That's the right word. In Managua, right? Every year they do this big International Food Festival, and it shows all this amazing food. It looks great, but they don't announce it until it's way too late to schedule anything. And I don't have a press pass. They don't have such a thing. But I don't have anything that says who I am. And so can I get in? It's private. Can I just crash the place and be like, oh, I'm here to film the day before it's actually open? It's Nicaragua. I could probably get in. There's a certain amount of what? You don't know who I am? I'll wear my vlog t-shirt and carry a big camera and people won't say anything because you never know who I am. Yeah, but there's a decent chance that that'll work. And especially if I'll just hand out some business cards, be like, what? No, I'm this guy. And they'll be like, oh, cool. Maybe, but I don't want to be going to Managua, being weird about it, and having to be semi-secret. I want the Department of Tourism to call the event, be like, hey, we got a filmographer who's coming. Let him in. He's not here to steal stuff. Let him have the run of the place and interview people and film the setup and do all this stuff. And then we could bring amazing mini documentary on the food fair and what there is to see there and show the food and show the people making it. I think they'd be excited to be on. I think you guys would find it really interesting because this is the kind of stuff you can do in Nicaragua. Of course, you can do it in the United States too, right? Obviously. But I think in a little place like Nicaragua where the population's so small and everything is on such a tiny scale, when they do fun things like this, they're really fun. There's just a completely different vibe to doing these activities. And a lot of Nicaraguans, there's a lot of food you can't get here or it's very difficult to get here. So for example, if India puts on a presentation and is come check out, this Indian curry and this other thing, people will be like, there's not a single restaurant I can go to. I have no way to try this food under normal circumstances without leaving the country. So the International Food Fair is actually kind of important, and all these countries represent their food and stuff. So those are things I'm trying to do. Larry says, I only watch your channel because of its high level of studio setup, and you have the magnetism of Larry King Live. That's what my podcast is going to be like, except recorded. Definitely Larry King-ish. And thank you. This is the first time where we really put lights on the thing. I'm liking it, but I can't really see it. So I'm going to find out tomorrow how this really looks. We will see. Victoria says, Isis, great question. We have a dog as well. I brought my dogs, for those who don't know. TJ says, hey, Scott, how many U.S. veterans do you know living there? Of those people, do you know if any of them use the VA Foreign Medical Program? I have a number of friends. I have some that I talk to all the time. I have lots that I run into. I keep doing this. I'm very itchy. I don't know why. Something about sitting over here is making me itchy. I know multiple veterans that I talk to on a regular basis, but I don't know that they're using that program. They probably are. They definitely do all their medical care here. but I don't know if they run things through the VA. But they're definitely some of the ones that I have direct experience with, how badly the VA abandoned them in the, and they're young, like way too young for those kinds of things, and like years of really, really terrible having to battle with the VA to keep them alive, and got here, and Nicaragua just took care of them, and they are so much healthier. So it's they're definitely having a good time here with that. Victoria says veteran family here, but I am happy to hear that a lot of veterans on the channel have been like, no, the VA's been good for me. So it's I've personally known people who were abandoned by the VA and left to die and died, right? So I have real heavy experience with being unhappy with how it has happened. Elko Indian says, do you own your house in Leon or are you renting? Well, that's complicated. The answer is yes. I own multiple houses in Leon, but I don't own the one I'm in right now. I rent the house that I live in, but I own multiple houses. So I kind of do everything, which is one of the reasons that I know how things work here, is because I rent an apartment, I rent a house, I own a house, I own another house, I rent another house, and then I have land and I'm building a house. So we're all over the place on that stuff, and in lots of different locations, so there's slightly different jurisdictions. So the only thing I don't do is own under a traditional deed. I own under the lease system, I own under the real system, and I rent under the lease system, and I rent under the deed system. Whew. It's a lot of combinations, but it does give me a lot of insight into things. Our stay at one of Scott's apartment was top notch, and Scott was very helpful getting us connected with the right taxis and places to go. It was a great stay. Thank you, Ed. I'm gonna screenshot that. You have to. Someone has to remind me to screenshot that, because I'll have to replay the thing. Oh no, I can just do it from my phone. Magic. There it is. Well, thank you so much. That is. We're very excited, Ed. You were our very first renter ever not in one of our hotels, and my wife keeps bragging, because she's the one that was like, I got the coffee maker and I said to get the this and the that. I knew to get the microwave, that was me, but all the other stuff, she was like, you need this, you need that, you need this, and Marcella of course did all the setup and got everything just right, and she oversees Marcella, who's sitting here right now. You can't see her, but I'm waving to her, and she's not looking at me, but she's looking at the screen. And and I wish I could turn the camera around. Hold on, we're going to turn the camera around so she can say hi. Yeah, she says no, but we're going to do it anyway. Oh! You guys are going to see. It's a very small space here, so you're going to get to see the whole office, but I have a lot of cables. This will be a little bit tricky. I'm unlocking the camera. I'm spinning the camera. Is it staying on? Oh, there she is, way down there.
Es como muy chiquita.
Now I have to figure out how to put the camera back. This is quality footage right here. This is good content. I hope you guys know. You can tell all your friends about the quality content on this live stream. It doesn't get much better than this. I'm really happy I put the camera almost exactly back where it goes. Joseph says you also have access to the other countries with CA4. Exactly. And Joseph says 90-day stay. Joseph, that's actually 180. It's 90, and then you just go by Migracion and extend to 180. If you enter at Nicaragua, you can extend in Nicaragua. If you enter in Guatemala, you extend in Guatemala. If you enter in El Salvador, they give you 180. But if you cross from El Salvador into the others, you have to extend in those again. So I know someone who entered in El Salvador, then came down here. Their stamp from El Salvador said 180, and Nicaragua was like, no. So, but you just extend here. You just go by Migracion and go through the paperwork. No big deal. So you can work out 180 total days within the entire CA4 zone, which is fantastic. We love the CA4. It's such a cool region. I wish Costa Rica would join us back and be the CA5, but I just don't see that happening. But I really wish they did. Federico says, cool, thanks for the answer on electricity. In digital format, says, I saw a NOAA warning about the weather there. Yeah, we have too. It's supposed to be bad. We're just waiting. We're really hoping that the power doesn't go out indefinitely. All right, thank you. This problem with this girl and her teeth really hit a nerve with me, and I think it did with you too. Thank you, and God bless. Just make sure I'm getting that email, and we'll make sure that we get you in contact with... that is info@relocatenicaragua.com. I do not have an email yet if you think you sent one. it's all over the place, right? info@relocatenicaragua.com, and get a hold of me, and I will get you the contact of our dentist crew, and they really will do everything. They'll have everything set up remotely, I'm sure, so that you're ready to go for an easy trip down, and just it'll be good. Josh just landed at LAX. He might be on now. Josh, hopefully you're there. I lost my live stream. There we go. Frederico, as well as a laptop, can I bring a projector as well? There's no question that you can bring a projector. The only question is whether it'll be taxed. It'll mostly come down to who's inspecting you and what it looks like. I definitely have brought small portable travel projectors. There's no problem at all. If you're bringing something that's like, this is a projector for my house home theater system, it's very likely to be taxed. But it's just a tax, so, Joseph says, moving into any Central American country, will it require or advisable to get any injections to fight some sort of virus out there that we don't have in the U.S.? So we do have viruses that you don't commonly have in the U.S. This actually I have to say this now. It was 2 years ago that you didn't have these things. That's not true anymore. The weather changes have moved these things north. So you don't get malaria shots for coming here. I have no shots as far as like Nicaragua shots. I have yellow fever because I traveled to South America where you need it. But you don't need that here. We don't have yellow fever here. The things that you can get here are primarily chikungunya and dengue. And they suck a lot. Those, I believe, now have shots for them, but I know of no person who's ever gotten them. I don't know if it would be recommended to get them or not. If you're just traveling, you certainly don't need them. But getting dengue on your vacation would be pretty crappy because, it's going to be 4 days of writhing pain. So, yeah. But they're just viruses. They generally just give you a bad fever. They're not things we really worry about here. Everyone jokes about it. No, dengue's going around. And then a whole bunch of people are sick and in pain, and it is what it is. But I don't know anyone who's ever gone for shots coming from the U.S. As long as you have your normal, your measles, your mumps, your rubella, your, polio, those things, you're in good shape. In digital format, I'm glad you have a good relationship with the government. I mean, be a good person. The government really does look after people. So it's one of the great things here. Like whether it's migration, the police, they're actually the same thing now, but they function kind of differently. Border control, also the police, Department of Tourism, Department of Health. Like they're all there to take care of you. No one's out to like take advantage of you. Maybe an individual here or there, and that's pretty isolated. If you're here to be a good tourist, you're here to be a good expat, you're here to be a good person, like they're there to help you. And it's very discussion oriented. Like you need something, talk to someone, right? It's a very different thing. In the US, you really can't do that. Everything's like formal processes. It's not bad, right? It's just the US, everything's very formal and cold because everybody follows a process. But here it's so much more flexible and you can just sit down with someone and talk about what you need. Like with the Department of Tourism, as long as I can get the right contact, I can just call someone and be like, here's what I want to do. And one person can approve it. They don't need like some committee. They don't have to break a process. They're not breaking process. They can just give me permission. And it's like, it's a completely different thing. So size does matter. And in this case, small is better or easier or something. Thanks for the answer. This is Nicole. Thanks for answer on laptops. Can we also bring our own Wi-Fi mobile hotspot? Yeah, it should be no problem. And change the SIM to a local SIM. Yeah, definitely you can change to a local SIM. That will be no problem. Jorai says, do you have a Nicaraguan passport or you have other countries' passport? I am an American. I have an American passport. I am not eligible for a Nicaraguan passport. If they wanted to give me one, of course, that would be cool, but it's not something I need and not something that they give out. In digital format, how could I start a business that will help Nicaraguans? Do you know if there is a market for honey there? So there is a market for honey here. People grow honey here. Harvest honey here? Honey is a thing here. So as long as you're not harming the environment and you can create a business that creates jobs, you pretty much are going to help Nicaragua, right? Do good things for the environment and employ people. That's where really the most good is. The thing that Nicaragua needs is it's in a pandemic of an unemployment. And finding ways to employ more people, pay them regularly, pay them well, those are things that make really, really solid differences within the country. Other things, of course, help. There's a million different things you could do that are positive, but creating jobs and putting people to work and giving families the reliable income for things that they need is the biggest need in general. People who are relatively wealthy in Nicaragua are doing great. Like, if you have money here, you're in amazing shape. You're better than almost anywhere. If you're poor, you're mostly okay here, honestly. If you're going to be poor somewhere, this is a great place to be poor, if any place is. Like, that's a weird thing to say. But if you're going to have to be poor, you would certainly choose this over the U.S. or Canada by a long shot. But the thing that causes poor, the thing that makes people in such a difficult situation is the lack of employment. And so fixing that more than anything is where you can make a huge difference. Of course, providing some awesome resource, whatever, creating more tourism, all those things are positive. But at the end of the day, the primary thing that people are looking for is employment. So that's the result that you're really looking for, is how does what I do encourage the creation of additional employees. And it doesn't have to be a direct employee. It doesn't have to be like, this is a new employee that I created. It could be, here's my activity, and the set of activities that I've done result in somewhere in the economy there being another employee, right? It could be that it can be simple things like, I have dogs growling at each other. It could be simple things like you've created a situation where lots of people are going out to eat on a regular basis. You've not employed someone, but throughout all the restaurants and things that you use, another person has been employed because of you. That would be excellent as well. Starting businesses in Nicaragua, very hard thing to do if your goal is to be profitable. Assume that will be an unbelievable struggle. But if you want to create jobs, then very doable, right? Much easier than a lot of things. Tusk the Ripper is here. Hey, Scott, nice background. Thank you. Yeah, this is Chepe built this, and this is the first time that we're really using it in like a really strong lighting it and using it mode. I got to figure out some cool lighting stuff with it and get it a little bit better, but I'm happy with it so far. I need to change the filter I have on this light. That will make things a lot easier. My third dog now is coming into the room. They have figured out that I'm here. And James says, looked up the coral snake. How common are they? I'm going to go with very, very common. It's one of the most common snakes here. They are all over the place. However, I've only ever seen a total of 2 in my life, and they were both dead. So not so common that you run into them. They're very shy snakes. They're pretty small, but they are a very common type of snake here for sure. In digital format, says Tonya, cheers. Yep, right here. Oh, my dog is running into everything. Hi, sweetie. Yes, okay, we're going to take a minute and pet the dog because she's losing her mind. Come here, right here. Yeah. Oh, both dogs? Okay, it's a dog moment. Come here, little boy. I'll pick you up. You don't know where to go. Come here. I can't bend forward. I'm on a really tall chair. Really? The big one just totally knocked the little one over. She's such a maniac. Yes, I know you're here. Hi. Gosh, all these cables, you guys can't handle it with all these tails. Tails and cables. Yeah. Are you going to be here for a while, or are you just come to say hi and you want to leave again? No, you're here? Okay. Okay. John Blair, hey. Hey, Scott, just got back from a great trip to Granada and Ometepe. Can you describe the area surrounding the airport? I had late night flights and thought I saw neighborhoods, factories, and markets. I don't know that you saw factories. That could be the case, but it's probably not like factories. It's probably more like fabrication, which obviously that word comes from factory and implies. But you know what I mean? Like less of turning out a million of exactly the same thing over and over versus shops that do custom metal fabricating kind of thing. That's more likely. I've not looked real closely at the businesses around the airport, but it is an extremely industrial area. All right, everyone left me, and now the dogs went out. Hold on. There you go. Okay. The little one left. The big one has stayed, and her tail will keep hitting the microphone. All right, go lay down. You're good. Lay down. You're the good girl. Yes, you are. Do I need to put you on the show so everybody can see you? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Come here. Come here. Come up here. Come here. Come here. Yeah, come on. Okay. Okay, I'm going to pick you up. Here we go. You're going to be famous. Here she is. She's a little bit big. And she's a little bit nervous because she doesn't know why I'm sitting over here or why she's on TV. She doesn't know. You're such a good dog, though. Yes, you're the good dog. Can I put you down now? Are you all done? Yeah, I'm going to put you down. It's okay. There's your feet. There you go. Oh, good. Okay, there's my kiss. Okay. So, oh, jeez. I worry that she's going to knock the camera over. It's on a really sturdy tripod, but holy cow, she's a big dog with a big tail, and she runs into everything. It's a very small studio. By the airport it's a very industrial area. It's not an area where you would likely want to live. I know people who live over there, and there's okay neighborhoods. Like, it's not bad, right? It's not dangerous. It's just, it is kind of dirty and loud from the airport, and there's a few hotels, but not many, just enough to deal with stuff. A lot of like shipping happens over there. A lot of things servicing the airport. It's warehouses, I think, more than factories. But yeah, that's what the area is like. Not a huge population zone. Not many people seek out living in that area of the city, so it tends to be a relatively low income zone. And definitely not desirable in any way, but it's not like the worst parts of the city. It's just some of the less attractive parts of the city. And now I have to figure out where I put my phone. There it is. I don't know what drove all the dogs to suddenly show up, but wow. All right. In digital format, my goal is to bring jobs. How hard would it be to export a commodity like honey? Ooh, exporting is not hard from a legal standpoint. Generally, it's normally just hard from a logistics standpoint. We don't have a good means of getting stuff logistically out of the country, so very few people bother to do exports. Certainly, food exports are a major thing from Nicaragua. Nicaragua is primarily an agricultural country. It's just what we are. So, if you wanted to go, I don't know where is good for honey. I have no idea. But you wanted to go to Messiah and start a giant honey farm. Don't go to Messiah because I said that. I have no idea where is good. And you have a huge honey farm and you're making a bunch of honey and you want to start exporting it somewhere. I think that the country would be like, yes, thank you. Good use of space and people and all that and a good way to bring money in. How do you actually go about the logistics of shipping honey to another country from Nicaragua? That I don't know. There's new ports being dredged. Like we're actively trying to improve that stuff. But it's a big challenge here, right? So one of your biggest possible things, and I don't know who needs honey, but a lot of the food from here actually gets shipped to Asia. That's the United States doesn't, which is by far the biggest market in the region, and most of the Latin American countries are very agricultural. So most LATAM countries are not making a big effort of bringing in food items, and when they are, they're very specialty food items. The U.S. and Canada are the main importers of bulk food, of food staples like honey. I don't know about honey specifically, but things like that are much more likely to go there. But la tripod. Mia hit and casi kai. Casi se kai. So China and Southeast Asia are really where a lot of the food gets shipped to because they need a lot. The U.S. and Canada have a tendency to not want to bring things in from Nicaragua. Of course, small scale, you can, no problem. But there tend to be tariffs. They tend to make it a little bit more difficult. And China's like, how can we help you export to China? So consider that may be a very logical thing. And if you're out at like Las Piñitas, which a lot of people on the show have been mentioning, Las Piñitas, there is a very large shrimp factory out there that, like aquaculture, making outrageous amounts of shrimp. That's a large Canadian shrimp manufacturer, and all of that shrimp goes to China. It all goes through the port of Corinto. So if you're making large-scale honey, you would very easily want to send it to the port of Corinto and have it shipped to China with that stuff. Just a guess. Andreas Vogali, I have a dairy farm in Alberta, and I'm fed up with the regulations and mandates. Do you have information about rural properties? I mean, I have general information, like I've gone and looked at many and have seen them and are grew up on a farm. So what would you like to know about them? I can tell you that dairy farming is very hard here just because of the weather. If you could start a dairy farm and find a way to get really good cream out of cows here, everybody would be very excited. We ship in all of our cream products from Costa Rica. Dairy we do have here. You just need milk. It comes from Nicaragua, but you need something with cream like ice cream, butter. We ship it all in from Costa Rica. In digital format. Awesome. I love my dog there. Mary W's here. Mary, what's going on? What are the top Android cell phone brands sold in Nicaragua with high quality cameras? Number one, no question, is Xiaomi. Love Xiaomi phones. I love their cameras. I'm on an iPhone, but if I was going to be on, because I'm a camera guy, right? If I was going to be on Android again, I would go with Xiaomi, no question. If you see some of the photos taken of me, not from me, but of me, from Bolivia, those were shot with a Xiaomi with a 48 megapixel. You don't necessarily want super high megapixels, but that Xiaomi has some just killer cameras. They focus on it very heavily, and they are widely available here. They're one of the most popular, maybe the most popular brand in the country. I mean, we can get anything here. It's not like the U.S. where everything's restricted and limited to a few companies that bought their way into the market. So you've got just outrageous amounts of options, but Xiaomi is probably the best seller in the country. They do have like cheap lines, so that's really why they're popular, but they're high ends, super available. You can buy them at Walmart, you can buy them at PriceSmart, but really cool is they have the Mi store in the malls where they have like all the models. You can order anything, they can get anything serviced. It's like having an Apple store. They're the only vendor that I know of that has their own store in the way that Apple has stores in the United States, and they have every product that the company makes is available from them. They have a lot of high-end stuff, everything from scooters to phones to TV things, and it's very much like Apple. It's very interesting. So they're really good. I don't know how good the cameras are, but Honor is available. They're supposed to be excellent. There is Huawei, which of course famous for their cameras, but Xiaomi has surpassed them in many cases, but they are available. I don't see that many of them, but they're definitely out there and super high quality. In most cases, if you want high quality, just like in the rest of the world, what you want is Chinese made, or iPhone, which is made in China anyway, but it's designed in the U.S. The Korean brands that are popular in the U.S. they don't fly here because they're really expensive and much lower quality than what we get. So in the U.S. they're one of the very few. They basically own the market simply because they got access to it. But like while you can get Samsung and LG and that stuff here, they're not very popular because they don't compete. They're not in the game at all. So we know people will make an effort to go get iPhones from the U.S. Not too hard to do. And you can buy them here in country, but you tend to pay a bit more. It's worth going to the U.S. in most cases to get them. But if it was me, Xiaomi is my almost certain choice, and Honor would probably be my second choice based on what little bit I know about them and what I've seen for access to things. Enough made it on. Hey, Scott, finally caught you live. Awesome to have you here. You've been commenting for a while, and I would never see you here. James says, local unpasteurized honey is amazing for allergies. Stress local. Awesome. L says, hey, L, who I assume is in England, or at least really likes England. In digital format, gotcha, thanks. It would be a nonprofit with microloans. I would be very careful of that. Nonprofits are not something that they like here. They're not technically illegal, but assume you will be treated as if they are. They are certainly suspect. I'm going to move this over just a little bit. We're going to try changing up the view so I get the light a little bit better. I'm going to knock this just a wee bit. Yeah, there. How's that? Light better? Bueno. Mejor. Be super cautious doing anything in the nonprofit range. I know some people just say nonprofit and they mean for profit, but not looking at making profit. Nonprofits are essentially seen as money launderers in Nicaragua. So if you want to do that stuff, I don't know what situation would make you actually want to do a nonprofit. Just form a for-profit company and don't make any profit if that's what you want to do. But making a nonprofit will, at a minimum, guarantee that you are on every agency's radar it will cause you so many problems. There's no reason to do it. Nicaragua has officially warned people not to do that. Like that's not like the U.S. telling you, oh, I don't think it's a good idea to do that, which they will tell you. No, Nicaragua will straight up tell you, don't do that. That is not something that they want. And honestly, if I was, designing rules for incorporation in the United States, I wouldn't allow nonprofits in the U.S. either. I think it's a terrible idea. As someone who works in business consulting, nonprofits in the U.S. are consistently, I have never had to deal with a nonprofit in the U.S. that wasn't involved in money laundering. Like, that's why most people start them. And so they really should be being checked a lot more. They cause a lot of problems in the U.S. But there's no reason for them, because you just don't declare a profit on a for-profit company, and there you go. And since foreign gifts to it won't be tax-free, you lack the gifting value that you would normally get from that. Dark Goat, coffee as well is a big export from Nicaragua. It's very difficult to get into coffee, and most people lose a ton on it until you're one of the giant farms. If you want to see how hard that is, go watch Elton's channel, Immense Coffee Movement. He is a functional, I don't know if profitable, coffee farm in Ocotal, and he's doing it with generations of coffee knowledge and inheriting the farm for free. Imagine if you had to buy it and we're learning everything from the beginning. In digital format, anyone who can help, let me know. I am in a position to do this. I'm passionate about Nicaragua. Awesome, yeah. I mean, the idea is great, obviously. It's just the technicalities. And you can talk, get a good lawyer, a good corporate lawyer here, because you're going to need one. And you can say, look, I want to do a nonprofit or something like a nonprofit. And maybe they'll be like, oh, if we structure it like this and do this and make this visit, maybe that's okay. And they're like, yeah, nah, it's not as bad as Scott thinks. And that's viable, right? I'm not saying that I'm the master resource on this. I'm saying that this is information that we've been given over and over and over again, and it's quite reliable. But there may be ways, the thing that really triggers things is when you have an NGO, because NGOs are nonprofits that also behave as the government or as a government agency. And so that crosses some lines as to, well, why are you doing that? It's not your place to act like a government. That's kind of inappropriate. So it's very different. Whereas a pure nonprofit that's just like, well, we just want to run a business but not make money and not be accused of not making money for some weird reason. Different, right? Yeah, JS says, yes, nonprofits are very shady. They really are. And I've worked with big ones, little ones. I've been brought in by nonprofit boards that are like, oh, we're sure we're good. And I'm like, I can tell something's wrong. And then I'll come in with audits because I'm a CEO advisor, right? And I'll be like, I can tell you where your president is stealing money. I'm going to accuse them of stealing money. And this is how they're going to tell you that they're doing it. These are the excuses they're going to make. And this is how they're doing it, right? And this is about how much they're getting. And in every case, I've managed to demonstrate where they were stealing money, how it was being laundered. And in every case, the board said, oh, they didn't think we were going to catch them. They all knew. And like that was, they're like, oh, yeah. Okay, an employee-owned business. Yeah, so that would be a business. You don't want them to be nonprofit then. I'm not sure how you do employee-owned here. Certainly, that's fine. Good. It's great. I think you may have to organize as a co-op or something like that, which is slightly different than what we think of in the U.S., but I have no knowledge of how the co-ops work here, but that would definitely go over really well. So that's a very different thing. Absolutely. James says, iPhone, India, Foxconn moved assembly. Oh, Foxconn moved assembly to India. Ugh. I really like them being made where I felt they were being made well. It's not very often that you can make good things anywhere if you put the effort into it. I don't know. It'd be employee owned. I saw some really shady things going on there too. Yeah, it's the whole world of nonprofits gets pretty weird. I feel like the show's going slow tonight, or time is passing slow. I don't feel like things are slow, but I feel like we've been on. No, we've only been on for 2 hours. Solo 2 horas. Es lento esta noche. But 48 people on. 48? Oh, not bad. Es bueno. By having my producer here, you get a little bit of me in Spanish. Yeah, Dark Goat. A call center business would be good with the right investment. It really is. So the only thing about call centers that's tough is that it's already the biggest outside industry in the country. So you have some competition, but the ones that are here are thriving. So some of them don't treat their employees great. So there's often employees who are looking for a better situation and have skills and experience. It really is a market that's so good for it. And this is an area worth noting that the country has gone to some serious lengths. And I talked about this in the Gringo's Dilemma video from yesterday, which I think may actually still be the active daily video because we're postponing today's until after the live stream to give them a chance to not overlap. Prior to 2018, Nicaragua's primary investment was in tourism. And everyone thought, yes, being the next Costa Rica was going to be the hot thing. Oh, we got to be like Costa Rica. That's going to be fantastic. Costa Rica's doing so well, blah, blah, blah. And then 2018 hit, and Nicaragua took such a knockback on tourism, and then COVID hit, and both Nicaragua and Costa Rica got obliterated in tourism. And while that was happening, Costa Rica just tightened their belts and hunkered down, and Nicaragua went all in on infrastructure investment. And their whole thought process, I am not the person making this thought process, right? But this is what I've been told and what I see and in my interpretation of it. But they went whole hog in on infrastructure investments and backed off on tourism. They didn't kill tourism. They just said this can't be our priority. This is too fickle. And they went in on fiber internet, and they went in on roads, and they went in on power distribution. And now the country has this phenomenal infrastructure where you can get places, build places. You can be in anywhere. You could put a call center in any small town. You could go to Rio Blanco, look that up, in the outskirts of Matagalpa, in the middle of forgotten, forsaken nowhere, and have a beautiful little town with excellent internet and decent power, and set up a call center where there's nothing of the sort, and people make very low income because it's so remote. And it could be this really desirable thing. Now, Nicaraguans are not big on relocation, mostly because they're just not familiar, right? But Nicaraguans really don't like to relocate for the most part because of familial connections and a bunch of stuff. So that can be a challenge. But if you find people out there that you want, that would be fantastic. Or you find enough people from around the country that want to relocate, and you're going to provide them some stuff for housing and stuff because, one of the reasons that Nicaraguan workers tend to be pretty inexpensive is because people don't make them relocate. If you're going to provide housing, by all means, people will be like, yeah, where do you want me to go? Right? But under normal circumstances, they either live in their hometown and stay with family or move to Managua, often where they also have family because everyone had to do it at some point. So those are the normal behaviors, the normal movements, and the idea that you're just going to move anywhere for anything, very, very unlikely. Now my producer who snuck out the door, she moved, she's from Managua, but she moved to Granada at one point, but not for very long. But it's like a big deal that for a little bit of her life, she lived in a different place. Now, a lot of people move when they get married, obviously, so they can, you meet someone from another part of the country. So you often meet someone who's married to a local but came from another city. So we had friends. One was from Las Penitas, but her husband was from Acatal. I don't know where they met, but they met at some point, got married, and so he moved to the beach. And so they lived by her parents, but not by his parents, right? So that stuff's normal. But it's like a one-time lifetime move. But Marcella, lived in Granada for a little bit, but now is back in Managua, and that's the only place she's really ever been. Yeah, she moved to a different part of the city, but that's just a different barrio. And now is probably moving to León because this is where everything is happening. But that is so unusual. I don't think I have a single staff member, and I've had staff here for a long time. I don't think I've ever had one move to another town. It's such not a thing. They always stay and work where they are. Whether they're in really nice, ritzy places or in the barrio, they don't move. They may upgrade a house, but they're not going to fundamentally go to a different place. I agree, but Managua is not where I want to be. No, it never is. No, I actually like Managua. It's pretty cool. JS says, I think that's good thinking from the Nicaraguan government. Diversification is key to the economy. Infrastructure is necessary. Absolutely. And also those businesses are much less fickle. Like tourism comes and goes at the drop of a hat. You get one good article in Condé Nast Traveler and suddenly you get an extra 10,000 people. And then you get one article that falsely claims you're dangerous and you suddenly lose 50,000 people. And that's all it takes, right? Like the numbers here are small, and so one little thing can really cause problems, and it only takes a tiny bit to have like the one major flight get disrupted. And that's, sorry, I have an itch. That's what happened during COVID. It was just enough drop in traffic that the major airlines all dropped their flight paths. And so, yeah, Avianca was still flying, but that was it. And I think even they stopped at one point. At one point, I couldn't fly into the country. I had to fly into Honduras and take a cab from Honduras. Like, that's how ridiculous it was. But so that kind of stuff completely kills tourism. It was really cool, though, to get to come into the country and hang out and be like, yeah, we're everywhere I went, they're like, you just entered the country? How? Where did you come from? And we're like, Honduras. And they're like, what? They're like, is the border even open? We're like, yeah, it's normal. And they're like, we didn't even know. Like, no one's coming across the border. And when I did come across the border guards, they had no idea what to do. They were lost. They hadn't seen people cross for tourism in so long, they didn't know what paperwork was needed. It took us hours to cross, and we were the only people there. It was crazy. So that's how much tourism just vanished during COVID. Now, obviously, COVID's an extreme example, but it was big. I mean, if that was your only economy, there'd be nothing left. So Costa Rica was hit so hard, but Nicaragua really was not. And now those kinds of things, like they can just send everyone to work from home and stuff. There's just so much flexibility with those industries. I have a friend that runs a call center there based on U.S. real estate sales. He does well. Yep, I know people who've done that as well. Can I find people with technical skills? They exist. They're going to be very hard. But mostly you're going to just train your own people. I have staff here. Some of them are technical, but by and large, all my technical staff is staffed out of South America, and they provide resources to here, not from here. In Digital says, I felt more safe in Nicaragua than in the U.S. Oh, for sure. My father, who's never been down here, sees the videos, and he's known us traveling for a very long time, so he's used to it. And he might be on the stream by now. I don't know. Dad, say hi if you're here. And we're at 50 people. We're doing great tonight. This is fantastic. The live stream is bigger every week, which, I mean, it would be as long as we have a pattern that's good, but like noticeable growth is a real thing. Like we're just solidly getting there. And of course, you know, we've gained, 300-400 people this week as subscribers. So, you know, there's some interest, but man, it feels good. Thank you so much, everyone who's on. Dark Goat, Leon is happening. I was just there like a month ago, saw the stadium and the nice shopping center where I had lunch at Pizza Hut. That would have been Paseo Real. I was there today. I didn't stop. I just drove past it. But yeah, that's if we order pizza here, that's the one that sends to here. It's a nice little shopping center. It's a very small mall, but it's nice. It's pleasant. It's got Casa del Cafe. It's got a La Colonia. It's got the Pizza Hut. It's got a Del Todo, which is, I don't know what that's equivalent to in the U.S. It's a small little discount shop that has a bit of everything. It might be like a really big Dollar General. Maybe that's the best way to put it. It's nicely lit. Like it's a nice place to shop. Del Todo? Es bueno? She doesn't know. Es en todo de Nicaragua. Es muchas en Managua. Y en Paseo Real. Y en Galerías. Es grande en las Galerías. Super grande. It's one of the anchor stores in the mall we're in all the time. Anyway, so she doesn't know. She doesn't shop there. Great place if you just need like normal everyday little things that you can't think of what you're going to get. We also have a lot of, someone did ask. It's probably someone on the show, and I don't remember who, so I'm sorry. There's my dad. Hey, Dad. Mi papá está aquí. Someone asked that I go show supermarkets and shopping, which we've shown all that before, but it would give us something to do for sure, and it would be fun to put on the Go 3, which, by the way, so I'm not promoting them because they piss me off with their sketchy advertising practices, but Insta360 just announced the Insta360 Go 3S, which now has a 4K camera. and I can upgrade mine, but it's a $400 upgrade. And I'm not entirely sure how much it costs to get all the stuff again. Like, I think having 2 of them would only cost me like an extra $50. Like, why would I upgrade for $400 when I can have a second one for $450? I don't know. Anyway, but wear that around to get a lot of awesome footage. It's not good at low light, but it grabs a lot of stuff that we do, and it looks really good. I think taking that around some malls and some supermarkets and just running around and getting footage would be quite good. So yeah, it'd be fun just to show what shopping and stuff is like in lots of different places, because there really are a lot of, I feel, unique-ish shopping experiences. Del Todo is definitely different than most places. I think the supermarkets are actually she's like, what? I don't know this store. She's like baffled that I know this major chain of stores across the country. I really want to show La Nueva Mall de China. So there's a giant new China mall that we've been hearing stories is amazing, and I've driven past, but I just haven't stopped. Never do I have time. I want to show that. I want to show some of these places like Del Todo and Miniso. No hay Miniso en los Estados Unidos. So like there's a couple of Chinese and Korean stores that they generally don't actually make their own stuff, but they brand their own stuff, and they bring in a bunch of like branded like stuffed animals and a lot of cute stuff. They're like really well cultivated Five Belows, right? It feels like a Five Below, but nicer. And there's multiple of them, and they compete. And like stuff like that, I think is kind of a unique Nicaraguan or unique third world shopping experience, because they're all over the world. But they're mostly just in lower income countries. And I think showing some of that, people would be like, oh, wow, that's a really nice stuff at really good prices. Like, that's shopping that we didn't think about. Because we're so used to like, well, can I go to this store and buy this thing? And showing what we can get, I think in a lot of cases, people will be like, oh, that makes sense. Like now I see why I don't need this or that type of shopping in many cases. Leon is happening. It really is a good place. It's such a cool city and so many new things. I cannot wait to be able to show you guys the stadium. Ooh, I have to remember. I'm going to try to get access to the stadium coming up here soon. I've not heard yet about my request on the hospital. El Nika Man's here. Hey, what's going on? Hey, Scott, wonder if you remember I posted on your short about a shelter in Sutiava. Yeah, of course, that was today. I responded. Of course, I remember. Wanted to sponsor them and wanted to know if you know about them. It's a dog and cat shelter. Oh, yeah, definitely. Send me, Nika Man, look at my email, because the threads, it's impossible to communicate. Send me an email, info@relocatenicaragua.com. And give me whatever information you have, and La Marcelita and I will go down and film it and try to get an entrevista and stuff with una ¿cómo se dice shelter? Hospital, más o menos para perros y gatitos en Sutiava, en Fana Uros. Es cerca, en calle 6. Three Little Birds, welcome. My dad says hi. JS says, hello, Father Miller. Jillian says, hi, Thomas. No one ever calls him Thomas. It's very funny. And Digital says, I saw an American bought that fish factory in Las Bonitas. I was lucky to get a tour. Wait, the Canadian shrimpery got bought by an American? Weird. Is that why they're suddenly able to afford the wall in front of Unan? Nicole says, hola, señor, Thomas Miller. James says, could you do your walking videos with cell phone? They have amazing cameras and battery. So, no. My iPhones can't even begin to do it like the GoPro does. The GoPros are... Refugio. Yeah, she saw it. She's able to see you guys typing as well. She just can't. You can't hear her responding. Maybe she yells, yeah, Refugio. So if I could try this sometimes for you, James, but people would hate it. If I walk with the camera, first of all, it's very hard for me to hold. Obviously, I could get something to hold it. I understand. But the things that hold it are not very secure. So I have to be really careful with it, because if someone can run by and grab it out of my hand, I can accidentally knock into someone and it will fall to the ground and get ruined. But it only films in 4K. It only has a 4K sensor. I have an iPhone, which does great stuff, but you have to have a gimbal. So if I was to film with it to make it look good, I would have to have a big gimbal that I'm carrying, which I can do. And it puts all the display on a big screen, so it actually runs down the battery a lot faster. The bigger problem is that I can't swap the batteries. With the GoPro, I have a very secured thing. There's no way to grab it out of my hands. I mean, if I'm not paying attention, I suppose maybe, but like I really have a grip on it, and it does 5.3K with a much bigger sensor, and it's just a way better camera than the iPhone. And I don't need to have a gimbal, so I don't have to carry a big heavy battery thing with a bunch of motors to stabilize it. Just walking, it stabilizes itself digitally, which it looks slightly different, but it does an amazing job. My plan is, and if you all want to sponsor this, go buy me a coffee and earmark it for a DJI Pocket 3, but that is my next major purchase, I think. Definitely if you earmark it. I need to raise about $680 to get that, but it is a 1-inch sensor, really high quality, 4K. It's basically the camera off of a professional drone, but mounted so it fits in a little tiny thing you put in your pocket, and it does physically stabilized footage. It should look amazing. It's a completely different look than the GoPro. For walking around, I don't think it'll actually be quite as good. When it's me talking on camera, it should be way better. But the real thing that makes it really good is that it has a big sensor and is tuned for low light performance, so it's way better in the dark. GoPros are tuned for bright performance. And it has a gimbal. When you're in low light, you can't use digital stabilization like the GoPro, but the DJI Pocket 3 looks freaking amazing in low light, even if we're moving around, because it physically stabilizes so the sensor stays in place. It doesn't get all the warpy, weird, smushy stuff that GoPros do in low light. So that is a piece of equipment that I really want to have, and I really want to do more nighttime stuff. And one of the reasons I don't is because the GoPro stuff is so difficult. Okay. Hospitalidad? No, that would be different. Refugio, shelter. Refugio is more like in need of help. No, Joseph, not correct. Albergue. Hospitalidades is hospitality, right? Hi, everyone. I don't mean to be unsociable. I had a very rough day. Oh, sorry, Dad. I haven't talked to my dad today. I don't know what's going on. Albergue is a synonym of refugio. Joseph Darko, what term are we talking about? We're talking about shelter like an animal shelter. But at least my dad's hanging out watching. Does this channel provide you some income? So, yes and no. So it's only recent. I actually want to do, not on this channel. I have a channel where I talk about this channel, believe it or not. This channel is 3 channels. There's a channel about making this channel, and then there's a channel of the stuff we don't put on this channel. Not because it's inappropriate, but because it's boring. Which is funny because my best video ever isn't on this channel. It's one of the boring ones. It's footage that, so when people say you got to really edit your footage, that's how you get the good stuff. We have this really well-edited video from the Nagarote Ipico last year, and it was popular. It probably got 5,000 or 6,000 views, maybe more. Maybe it's like 10,000. And we filmed a whole bunch all day, and we trimmed it down to the best stuff we thought, and like put it together and have like a story and tell about what we're doing. And then I hate throwing away footage, and it's like, okay, so I just took the unedited footage, concatenated it all together, and slapped it on my other channel. So these are real easy. You guys watch the Scott Alan Miller vlog. I know this because this is the Scott Alan Miller vlog. You're literally watching it as I say this. But I have an older channel that's just called Scott Alan Miller. Just chop the vlog off the end. And it's a cartoon of my face that Valentina, my thumbnail maker, made a number of years ago, long ago when she first knew me. She was a kid back then. And she was like 22 and made this thing, and it's still my icon for stuff. So on that, I just threw this concatenated, really long footage of the Ipico, and immediately it got like 27,000 views. So that shoots everything and it has no subscribers, like 200 subscribers, no keywords, no nothing. Just said like Ipico Nagarote 2023, 27,000. Like it's crazy. And then someone took our footage from that and clipped out a little bit of La Marcelita dancing in the street and put it on TikTok, and it got like 8 million views. It was insane. And then something happened, and they had to take it down. But it was really funny. And someone sent it to her. They're like, "Is this you?" And we're like, "What?" It was really funny. So anyway, so the question was income. So for the first several years, there was no income at all. Like, we weren't monetized. And I never did Patreon or anything like that. Then last year, I think, we hit the monetization number, which is 4,000 hours in a year and 500 subscribers. Maybe it's 2022, right at the end of the year. And then, it's like that first month we brought in like $5. It's like, yes. So the first thing we have to talk about is the amount it costs to do this show every month. Ignoring my time, ignoring all that stuff, I have to buy probably about $2,000 worth of camera gear per year to maintain the show, because the cameras wear out, because I'm running them in high heat and at massive amounts of time per day. Everything wears out. The cameras, the cards, the car readers, the hard drives, the lenses, the microphones, everything gets burnt out. Some of the things like the mics last a really long time. Some things like the cards go pretty quickly. The batteries, I eat through them fast. I have to have stacks of GoPro batteries because the cameras overheat and they'll swell in the cameras, so I got to rip them out and they're dead. So third-party originals, they all do it. Like, there's no way around it. So I have this recurring cost with equipment that's pretty high, hundreds of dollars per month. And I have, for the music that we use, I have to pay both Artlist and Epidemic Sound. So I have a recurring cost of those that's probably in the $50, $60 a month range. And then I have Motion VFX. This is more of an addiction than something I need. But all the little things to say, like subscribe and the titles and all those things, all of those cost money. And I buy them. I don't subscribe to them. But I'm always buying new ones and adding them in and making it a little bit more interesting. Like this week, we added in the podcast set. There's a bunch of new, like, nice little labels on some things. I like some of the stuff. It's just nice. So that's probably about $3,000 to $4,000 of total investment, and that will last a really long time. But there's a regular amount of that. Like, this month was high. I think we probably spent like $300 or $400 this month, but like last month we didn't spend anything. So probably on an average month, say $50. That's probably low, but it's going to cap out at some point because we're getting closer and closer to having all of the stuff of interest that they make. And then I have to have the laptops. Like, I have specialty. All my computers are specialty. Specifically to be able to do the show quickly, and I have to have a number of hard drives that I have to use, and I have to pay $50 a month. It must be a year. $50 a year, $60 a year for my GoPro subscription that does a bunch of the stuff that I do, and I have to have a slightly upgraded iPhone. Is this ridiculous list or what? And I have to pay for Zencaster. I forget how much it is a month, but it's like $18 a month for that. That's how we do interviews. You'll see that video made with Zencaster will be out tonight at 11:45 Mountain. So check that out in the morning, where I do that with Eric from Generic Expats, who was on the show earlier, or maybe he's still here. That'll show some of how it does interviews, which I love. Totally worth the $18, but and then I have to run a podcast server for some of this stuff. The broadcast board that's doing that's like a $500 board. This is like a $200 microphone. I have a $400 wireless mic set. All those things, all the lights. These are hundreds. Every light is a few $100s. This backboard's hundreds of dollars. So anyway, wow, it's not even beginning to catch it all, but to give you an idea, so hundreds, maybe $1,000 a month is being spent to be able to make the show the way that, like, could I do it for less? Yeah, sure I could. But, and like one of my 2 tripods completely died this week. Just spring popped out of it. One of the things snapped off and now it's useless. At this point, the show is now bringing in so much that we are almost to break even, which is ridiculous. But so I think at the end of the day, we'll use last month. My monthly average is probably between $400 and $700 of spending to do the show, not including my time. That's 100% donated time, and I don't have an editor. I do all my shooting, I do all my editing, I do all my driving to sites, all of my staying in hotels. Everything is paid for out of pocket, and there's no editor for anything. So I'm doing all of that. With me doing all of that, I spend between $400 and $700 a month to be able to turn it out. And the show last month brought in somewhere in the $600 to $800 range. So yes, it's bringing in real money now, and that is growing, and that's amazing. But is it adding to my personal income? No. Other than I really enjoy getting to have Epidemic sound, and I really enjoy getting to use Zencastr, and I really enjoy having a nice microphone. All of those things are value to my life, so that's good, and they're being powered by the show. But for the first 6 years, it was 100% loss. So now we're starting to get to a point where it's no longer losing money, and it looks like it may start to repay back some of the old expenditures in the next 6 to 9 months, but that's really where we are. So is it a career moneymaker? No. But is it managing to stop the bleed that was going on for so long? Yes. Finally. Did you see the post from Alberta dairy farmer asking about rural property? I did, and I answered. I like that idea. Digital format. Was that the idea of getting me a DJI Pocket 3? I like that as well. That would be amazing if everyone got together on Buy Me a Coffee. Or if you organized and didn't want to have the overhead of Buy Me a Coffee, you could like Zelle me the money as well. We could organize that. And this is what happened last year. So Frank Javier, who's been a big supporter of the channel for a long time, he rallied the troops and put together a campaign. Now, this was used instead of new. You can't get the Pocket 3 used because it's got a gimbal and because it's new. But this camera, which is in here, is the white Sony ZV-1. This is an important field camera for me. If I'm shooting stuff that isn't me walking around, but is like we need it to look better, we want it to look good, and I need something small. This clips on my belt, not clips, but you put it through your belt loop, and it's got several batteries, and it's a little white Sony ZV-1. It does amazing stuff. It's the same camera, except the last generation of the camera, the only camera that Elton uses for Immense Coffee. He uses the ZV-1 Mark II. The ZV-1 Mark I has a little bit better lens, but it overheats more. So I can't use it as my main camera the way that he does. He also spent twice as much. But Frank Javier organized a whip round to support this via Buy Me a Coffee. And so, and when you asked in digital format, do I make money from this? To cover my monthly cost, it's all of the money from YouTube and all of the money from Buy Me a Coffee together is just enough. On YouTube alone, I'd be losing about 50% rate per month. It would only offset about half of my expenditure. So this is a very expensive show to produce versus a normal one. I mean, if you go to a really high-end show, but most shows don't do in the field and in the studio and live stream. Like we do everything on this show. And so we fund this show as if it's making a whole bunch of different shows. And then, so I said that we've got the Scott Alan Miller show. I don't recommend that you go watch that all the time, although that would be great. But do subscribe because we need to get enough subscribers to get it monetized as well, but it'll be lucky to make $3. But then the other show that's new is the Everyday Vlogger. And so it's at Everyday Vlogger Scott. And that only has about 5 episodes, but they're decent, they're shorter. And my dog is nervous. She just climbed up on the chair behind Marcella and is now snuggling her on the chair. It's probably raining outside. She's scared of rain. But the Everyday Vlogger is my show where I actually talk about what it takes to make a daily vlog and how I do it, technology and services and workflow and cameras and all that kind of stuff. So it's an outlet for me to talk about this stuff because I'm really into the making of the show. So like Zencastr, right? We just got Zencastr. So if I don't have this outlet, then I'm going to call my CEO and just talk to her all morning about, Zencastr this, and I tried this, and I need some way to like vent my geek stuff, and I don't want to do it on this show. I'm doing it right now, obviously, but I don't want to do it on the regular vlog because it'll be like, this isn't his content. Like, what is this? And I don't want to do it on my camera channel because I'm not exactly talking about cameras. I'm talking about this vlogging workflow. So I just decided to make that show about that. And if you're interested, definitely check that out. And I'm going to make an episode digging into my revenues pretty soon. I think those are popular and be good information. Dark Goat says, do you get power outages in Leon? And if you do, you know how to manage with working online? So we do. Almost every time I say this, like you're always worried that we're jinxing ourselves. Under normal circumstances, we get extremely few outages, and those that we get are very short, normally seconds or minutes. Just the other day, we had probably within the last 2 weeks, we had a major outage, and had like decent outages, like 2 or 3 days in a row. It was horrible, but that was definitely not normal, and we haven't had it since. We didn't have it for years before, so and we're having these huge tropical storms, so it's worse than normal. And then we had our first real internet outage 2 days ago, I think. Not maybe it was yesterday, but I think it was 2 days ago. And they knew, like, the entire western half of the country got cut off, and it impacted the cell phone towers during the day. This is 2 days ago because Ed was just coming into town and he couldn't text us because the cell towers were down. He got into the apartment. The fiber was good. And then by 8 o'clock at night, the cell towers were mostly okay, and the fiber just disappeared and was gone until like noon the next day. That was horrible. But that's the only time we've had an internet outage more than a few seconds. Maybe there's like one other for like an hour, but like in 3 years. So those like never happened. That was shocking, but the power was on the whole time. So like here in the house, I got a Jellyfin server. So we're all like, I'm editing videos, no problem, because I have everything, all my files ready. And we're watching movies in the house, no problem, because we've got that all ready. So all that was working fine. It was just getting on the internet that didn't work. But that was surprising. What we do, so here, I just keep a really large battery, and it's one of the reasons that I use Apple computers is because if I need to, if we know there's going to be a big outage, I have this giant battery, and it will power my internet and like it'll power everything. It'll power the air conditioning, but it'll run down relatively quickly if I do that stuff. So we power just most of the things we just turn off. Like, oh, it feels like it's going to be more than a few minutes. We'll power down extra computers. We'll power down the storage units. We'll power down extra monitors and TVs and all that stuff. And then if it's just normal and we think it's going to be within a day, I'll just let it run my Mac desktop. But if I need to, at any point, I can switch to using my Mac laptop, which uses less power than my Mac desktop and has about a 12 to 20 hour battery on its own. So I can use that for an entire day of working online, no problem, and let the big battery just power my phone, like my actual phone, and charge up my cell phone as I need. And then after 20 hours of working on my laptop, I can plug it into that battery, charge it overnight if we had to go that long, and then have another full day of laptop, and the battery should still be able to keep the router up online the next day. There's some strategies to that you can do if you really want to be able to weather extreme storms. The reality is if we come anywhere near that, we're just going to let the power run down, and we'll end up going to one of our beach locations that has gas-powered generators and charge off of that. And then we have a little bit more power still. Most of the time, we assume it's going to be so short, we just run to the cafe and wait for the power to come back on. But if you're working online and you really have to be online and you're just completely dedicated to it, some simple things: big batteries, efficient computers, a strategy to shut off unnecessary stuff as quickly as possible, and charging strategically. And then if you need more time, same thing as in the States, you got to have a generator. Right. But when we were in the States, the cost of fuel, the cost of generators, the cost of the big batteries, those things were problematic, and the outages were often so long that we needed big ones to weather it. Here, we invested a little bit more and more power efficient equipment, and got a big battery, and we've never needed to go to generator here at the house. In digital format, great content. Miss it here, I'll buy you a coffee. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. TJ says, I was talking to a Nicaraguan, and I've been to more parts of the country than her. When I was here in 2015, and I only lived here for several months, many people said to me, you've been more than almost anyone I know. Like, there's always someone who's been to lots of places, but even just as a tourist, you often see more of the country than most Nicaraguans do. Even Marcella, who's lived in different cities, does the show with me all over. There's tons of the country that she's never been to. Nunca fuiste al Bluefields o Jinotega? Jinotega, sí? Okay. Matagalpa, Esteli, sí, por supuesto. Acatal?
Sí.
Oh, okay. She's been more than most people. Chinandega, solo dos veces.
Sí.
Tres, sí. And that was with us on the show. Esteli en el programa, en la programa. San Juan del Sur, por supuesto.
Sí.
Rivas, Ometepe.
Granada.
Oh, no, Ometepe, solo en la programa?
Sí.
Ah, sí. So, Somoto? That one's unfair because...
Al cañón de Somoto.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so that one's unfair because I haven't been there, but but it's very uncommon to have Nicaraguans be to a lot of the country, especially when you get to like Bluefields and that stuff. Those are so far away. Janet says, and you have all the different sites on your main page with the icons. Just scroll down a little. All the yeah. If you're on my you can see all my. I have lots of different shows. You can link to them and subscribe. And the more subscribers we get, it really does help. And YouTube's kind of like, what's going on with these? These aren't very busy. Nicaragua 360, Drive Warp. I like that one a lot. I really want to get a good, fuel efficient, small electric car, and then I'm going to do Drive Warp stuff everywhere. When I've got no one to answer to, and the car is mine. And Digital says trade-offs for living in paradise. Joseph says, I'm planning on moving somewhere in Central. I do hear, do you mean in Leon Central? I do hear about outages for the internet. You think about getting Starlink is a better choice. No, I've got some videos about Starlink. So several things. So one, there are not outages. That is not a thing. They're so rare. Like, do you have Starlink in the United States? Because the United States gets so many more outages than Nicaragua. If you're in Managua, you're in Leon, you're in Granada, no, you're better than almost anywhere in the U.S. as a starting point. But you have to get good internet. Don't get crappy internet. That's the people who are having outages are buying really cheap consumer stuff. Get Teco. And then, so first of all, Starlink isn't legal here. If you come in with it, they're going to charge you an arm and a leg if they let you in. If it's here and they catch you, you're in trouble. If it's here and it's working, you're in trouble, and Starlink is in trouble because legally they're not allowed to provide you service if they can detect that you're in the country, and they definitely know where you are because they're looking from satellites and they know exactly where you are. So Starlink will get in big trouble. I've had some people claim that Starlink Mobile has worked here, but as InDigital says, we've also heard from other people that it doesn't work here. It is definitely not supposed to, so assume that it will at best be a huge risk and a huge cost. But I don't know any reason to have it. I bought Starlink when I first came here, and it was a scam. They never tried to send us the thing. They took our money. Like, seriously, I don't believe they're a legit company. They are scammers. But we thought that the internet was going to be unreliable when we first came here. We were living on the beach in a very small town, very rural area. We had no idea that there was fiber or anything like that. We didn't know it was stable. We got out to our rural community and then found out we had amazing fiber, and there was no reason to ever worry about having a backup line at all. And that was in a rural area. Move into the city, and you're so far ahead of most of the U.S. that, like, why would you need a backup line? But if you do, if you truly need a backup line, you don't want Starlink because of all the problems that it may incur. Sorry, beer. But you can just get Claro or Tigo and have backup completely separate services from there. There's also Qtel and... there's a few others. I don't know them. I don't know which ones are good. Most people for house are going to get, if you want something good, you're going to get Teco for normal work and Claro for a backup. We did that for a while, and we never went to the Claro, so we just gave it up. But, and you know how much I work. Like, I run a company. We have multiple employees working out of here all day long. I got my family here running off this. We're super media dependent. We do online work for a tech company, and Teco on its own is plenty. They advertise that they do, but maybe someone has experience on this. Well, I definitely tried to get Starlink here, and they flat out at the end, when they tried to sell it to us, they said they would work here, and then when they never sent it, they removed it from their website and said, nope, does not work there. Nicole Jeffrey, why'd you leave Romania? Didn't you like it there? I absolutely love Romania. It is such a good country. And I lived in the perfect spot, which is central Transylvania. I lived, for those who don't know, I lived in Baița, which is just outside Târgu Mureș. And Oh, Romania is fantastic. So reasons not to live for us full time in Romania. One is linguistic. That was a huge thing. Learning Romanian is so much harder. So at the time that we lived in Romania, I didn't know how to speak Italian yet, but was working on it. We are Italian citizens, so that was something that was important to us. Wanted to learn Italian, so I was working on that. Moved to Italy shortly after Romania and did speak Italian. Now I'm pretty rusty, but I was able to get by with minimal conversational Italian when there. But like Romanian is so different. It's Eastern Latin. It's not like Spanish and French and Portuguese and Italian that you can kind of move between them. It's a different animal, and it was very hard. Easier than like Slavic for sure, but quite difficult to learn and very much a huge barrier, right? Could we read things? Do we learn words? Of course. He uses basically a Latin alphabet, but that's a major thing. And like putting in a big effort to learn Romanian, where else are you going to use that other than Moldova? Fantastic. I love Moldova too. And in fact, when we were there, we were much more serious about, we started pricing out an apartment in Chisinau, which is now well within a war zone. The cost of living is fantastic. The internet is amazing. The weather is great, but winters are brutal. I don't ever want to see snow again. Access to go to other places is mediocre. We did a lot of exploring of the Balkans from there. You can get to Ukraine from there quite easily. All that's really nice, but everything's pretty far. The distances on things is up there, so you do a lot of driving, and night driving is every bit as bad as here. Like things in the road, difficult to see. Food was okay, definitely not the best. If we were going to live in Europe and we were moving based purely on where we wanted to be the most, we would live in Spain. Spain is the one place I like more than Romania, but I do love Romania. Like I really love Romania. Romania is probably my number 2 favorite country to live in, but we really like being on and near the water, and Romania didn't give us that. While I absolutely love it, and I want to go back and I want to spend time and I want to be there a lot, living on Crete was better overall for us. Again, language, so hard, so much harder than Romanian, so that rules that out. We're Italian citizens, so from a practicality standpoint, when we're in Italy is what makes sense for us in a lot of ways, and obviously Italy's pretty nice. But Spain really is, if I was going to go anywhere intentionally with no other factors, Spain is my top choice. Nicaragua came up as our final destination because of really putting together the entire picture, right? Spain is safer, but Nicaragua is cheaper, but not by much. Some of the biggest factors, where it's located in the world, what it's near, how we can get to things, better in Nicaragua. Culture we prefer in Nicaragua. We really like the people here. I mean, we like, Spain and Italy are nice, but they tend to be much more formal. They tend to be much more cold. I do like their super late. Like, there's some things I really like about their cultures. Obviously, I love how quiet it is. I love people watching from cafes and monerias late at night with I lived in Granada, so it was tapas culture. Just to order a glass of wine and some olives or a little tortilla would show up, something just amazing, and the food was fantastic, and hill towns and the views, and that stuff is amazing. It's so hard to give up, and I mean, truly some of my favorite areas. But living in Latin America, the culture, the vibrance is so much more, and it's so much less touristy and polished. It's so much more of a raw experience. You're able to get into society and make a difference as well. Plus, it's the time zone is perfect. The location is. We can get back home to family in hours and for hardly any money. And it's so cheap to live here. And yeah, it's not as safe as Europe, but it's so much safer than the U.S. Like it's safe, right? It's so safe it doesn't matter. But we really wanted to give our kids a lot of worldview. We really wanted them to learn, basically, we talked about a lot of things, but at the end of the day, we were like, we're okay with Portuguese, we're okay with French, but we really want our kids to grow up either in Italian or Spanish speaking. And my wife and I both have a high school background in Spanish, so that all the Latin countries in Spain, other than Brazil, obviously, which is a Latin country, all had this huge advantage linguistically. So that was a really big deal for us. Having put in time in each of the countries, every country I've ever lived in, except the U.S., has this like magical draw for me. There's something, and even the U.S., there's things that I miss, of course, but nothing that makes me feel like, oh, I wish I could go back, right? I just don't have those feelings. But Spain, Italy, Romania, Greece, Ukraine, Panama, Nicaragua, they all have a special place in my heart where there's just this magic and this connection, and but Nicaragua was the only one that really seems to provide that complete picture of this is home. This is a big, huge, permanent decision. The other places are like, oh, I could totally do this for a long time, and I did, and there's so many things about it that I like. But I can recreate most of those. Not the hill towns, that I can't do. But, the Spanish food, I can recreate that here. The way that we do wine, I can recreate that here. The, fountains and there's some of the walking trails. There's some things that are really beautiful. And I like the more consistent weather here. And much of Europe, and this is, we got lucky. We were in Europe when it was truly amazing. And in 2019, Europe's weather changed to a point where it is now brutally hot. And they don't know how Europe is going to survive. And if we were still there, it's the Europe that is there today is not the Europe that we lived in, even though in time it was super close. We got out accidentally right as it became super hot. And so when we lived there, summers were, no matter where you went, basically never hit 90 degrees. But most of the time it's in 70s and 80s in the summer. It's so nice. And the winters wouldn't get that cold. And by the time we were there in 2019, every place we went was above 100 degrees, and no one had air conditioning, and the world, everything about the place was designed around it never getting hot. And so buildings aren't meant to stay cool, and the farms aren't designed to deal with that kind of heat. And people don't have air conditioning, and they don't have buildings to put in air conditioning, and they don't have the power infrastructure for it. And there's just all these things. Everything is designed around keeping you warm because it was always a slightly chilly place, even down on the Mediterranean. It was, only a week or two a year would it be hot, and those weeks would be in the 80s, like a completely different animal. And that was a part of the charm of Europe, was that its weather was so pleasant that it was just always pleasant. Just always. And now it's so brutal so much of the time that Latin America is taking over as the pleasant weather location. In that way, it's seriously weird that is such a thing, but it really is big that is happening. Leave Romania. I have Tigo as the main one and Claro as the backup. If my power goes out, Tigo is still on as long as my batteries are on. I'm in Zaragoza near La Colonia. Does my business run call centers or outsource tech? Yes, we run call centers and outsource tech. Our primary business is outsourcing entire IT departments, but in order to do that, we have our own call centers for a number of different things. We do a lot of stuff. My business is pretty broad in what we do, but those are definitely things that we do. Portugal. I've never lived in Portugal. Portugal is now just recently rather unfriendly. I visited Portugal. I love Portugal. Great place. It was never huge on our radar. Mostly because my wife is not nearly as big a fan of the Atlantic as versus the Mediterranean. So we always wanted to be on the Mediterranean or the Pacific. Those are the two places that draw us the most. And so Portugal being on the Atlantic was just kind of like, oh, that's nice, but it's not what we're looking for. From a purely water perspective, Lisbon, amazing. Food, amazing. Zoo, the Lisbon Zoo, is one of my favorites. If you told me I had to live in Portugal, of course I'd be like, yeah, Portugal, woo. But if you want me to choose it over Spain, I don't think I could. Spain is just, if it comes down to choosing on the Iberian Peninsula, of the two countries on the peninsula, Portugal's not my first choice, right? So it's unlikely to ever be our final choice, to be like, that's the place we got to go. But is it an amazing contender? Yeah. We're not on the super budget situation that some people are. So a lot of people that legitimately, when you're talking to people who are coming to Nicaragua or thinking about Nicaragua or are thinking about Portugal, Portugal is the cheapest place in Europe, or at least in Western Europe, and Nicaragua is the cheapest place in Latin America. So there's a really high likelihood that the reason that people are looking at those locations are because they're on a tighter budget and they want to really make their dollar go farther or their Canadian dollar go farther or whatever. So there's a certain tendency of those to be on the radar like that and be compared. For us, certainly we want to be budget conscious. We're not throwing money around, but we could still move to Mexico. We could still move to Colombia. We could still move to, well, I guess they're cheap, Guatemala, Panama, Costa Rica, right? They're all within our financial range. We were living in the U.S. okay, right, before we moved away, and we've only increased our income, not decreased, since we moved, and our raw income, not our cost of living, and then eliminated taxes. So way better than we were, even before the cost of living change. So everywhere in Europe, everywhere in Asia, everywhere in Africa, except for like Namibia and Angola, are easily on our affordability radar. So from a cost perspective, we really weren't taking that too much into account. Obviously, some places are just silly. Norway, England, Denmark, they get really expensive. They'd have to really shine for us to be willing to put so much money into living there, but we could do it. But if we're looking at a Portugal, it's up against Spain and Italy and Romania and Greece, all those equally. We wouldn't really notice the cost difference between them. So we're really evaluating food and culture and just the vibe and the experience and that kind of stuff. And same thing in Latin America. Like, we had to look at all of it as best we could. And so I think that's one of the reasons that I'm an important voice for Nicaragua, and I'm really interested in talking about my experiences. I really am itchy tonight, and I wonder what happened. I feel like it might be the sawdust somehow is like on me. Our experience in Nicaragua is so different that we're not here on a constrained budget. We're not here because it's cheap. Sure, that's a plus, absolutely. I love that. Every day I'm like, this is so cost effective. This is just amazing. But that's not what brought us here. If someplace else costs more but made us happier, that'd be fine too. So my view of Nicaragua is so much one of the culture, the access to other places, the ability to travel around, the freedom that we experience, the safety that we experience, the quality of the people we meet, the friends that we have, those things are so important that they are what's beating out the other choices for us. But if you're just wondering if Portugal's a good place to evaluate, absolutely, Portugal's amazing. I love it. Portugal's a lot more formal than Spain. Spain has gotten dangerous in some places like Barcelona. Yeah, you know what? You don't want to live in Barcelona anyway, and that's not really Spain. I'm very much a Catalunya person. Please tell us more about España. Are your kids fluent in Spanish? The captions work. Actually, that's amazing. The captions work in real time. I should talk just a little bit more slowly. So my kids are not fluent in Spanish, but they do speak it to some degree. They're very nervous about it, so they don't practice. Sometimes when no one's around, they'll speak to me in Spanish. Especially my youngest is very proud of the fact that she does actually speak Spanish and just won't tell anyone. But my eldest is struggling quite a bit. But they're way ahead. It's their number one subject in school as well. And they hear it every day, obviously. And they've always heard it long before we moved here. So both my wife and I wanted to speak Spanish. I'll get back to España. Both my wife and I took Spanish in high school. I wanted to take Spanish and German when I was quite young. But one of the things I hated about growing up in the United States and going to a private school, like, they had zero language resources for me. I couldn't get a book on Spanish. I couldn't hear Spanish. Like, if I didn't hear it on Sesame Street where they'd hear one word here and there, that was it. That's all the Spanish I had access to. And we didn't have a VCR when I was a little kid. Like, they didn't exist yet. So, if it didn't fly by on a television ad, if it wasn't, A is for apple. What's apple in Spanish? Manzana, right? If they didn't do that on Sesame Street, I didn't know Spanish existed, right? That's how, we knew it as, did you know south of the United States, there's another country called Mexico, and they speak Spanish. That was like the entire extent of Spanish education until I got to high school. When I got to high school, I was given an option of Spanish or French. Obviously, Spanish is what I chose. And I stuck to it and really enjoyed it, even though my teacher, it was like her fifth language. She was a native German speaker who spoke Ukrainian at home. And so her Spanish was rough. She claimed to be a fluent Spanish speaker, but as I am a Spanish speaker now, I'm very aware that I'm much more of a Spanish speaker now than she was then. And I don't call myself fluent. I can carry on a conversation for sure, but far from fluent. She was far from me. And so that was my Spanish teacher for 3 years. And then I had a different Spanish teacher for my 4th year. But they didn't teach the language. They just helped reinforce it by having Latin American studies. So I learned a lot about Latin America. That ended up probably being more useful than the language stuff. But so my wife did more or less the same thing. She took 3 or 4 years of Spanish in high school, and then neither of us ever had a chance to do anything with it again. Our colleges didn't have it. Our universities, our work, like just nothing ever leveraged it until we moved abroad, and then we were exposed to it, and we would try to find, for a long time before Duolingo was around, we get like little tools. We get like Spanish learning CDs and try to learn in the car. It was very much a struggle. And so one of the things we wanted to give our kids was truly being bilingual and letting them grow up in a multilingual world. And so when they were very young, we first started by hiring a nanny when they were quite young and needed to be watched over in a kind of formal setting. So one of my coworkers, who was from Mexico, and he was ended up being the head of Citigroup Mexico, his wife, also from Mexico, ran a very small daycare in her house with just like 4 kids. And so my kids went there, and it was Spanish all day long. So when they were very little, it was just Spanish, Mexican Spanish, in the house in Texas. And so they got a lot of exposure there, but they also spoke English, so they could converse in English. They didn't have to use Spanish, but that's what they were hearing at the house was Spanish first. So that was an early exposure. And then when they got a private nanny at home, she was a English first, Spanish speaking Mexican nanny as well, and used some Spanish, so they was getting a little bit of reinforcing as well. So we tried in the early days to give them some actual, because like our Spanish is terrible. Right, so if they're hearing our Spanish, that's not really giving them Spanish. We wanted them to hear like authentic Spanish. And then when we moved abroad, we always wanted them. So they do Duolingo, they do formal classes in Spanish, and we're hoping that, and I'm sure they will be quite fluent by the time we're here a few more years. It is starting to pick up, and they are using it and hearing it. And we know that, like my youngest, she'll just hear conversations, and she'll be, I know what they were talking about, right? So she does pretty well with it. So Spain was amazing. Spain is, if you're just going to be in a bubble, there's no place I'd rather be than Spain. It's so beautiful, and it's a big place. It's much bigger than you realize, and has so many languages and cultures and things going on. We lived in a very small village, a very old village with views of the Mediterranean. On a really clear day from our roof, you could see Africa. The food in town, very few restaurants, but the places you could go to had traditional Spanish tapas, which were amazing, and great wine. Everything was so safe. Our kids were tiny, and they could just run around in the village. We just let them go. They'd run around with the village kids. They'd show up in different stores, show up at the school, just go. They'd go for a whole day, just disappear. It was like America in the 1930s. Like the kids could just safely do anything. It was so safe. And, being up on the mountain in summer, we could see the hot Mediterranean where everybody's out cooking in the sun, but we could get snow. Like it was wild. Everywhere, on weekends, it'd be like, where are we going this weekend? We're going to Cordoba. We're going to Sevilla. We're going to Madrid. We're going to Cadiz. And we were just, every city, every little region was so different. One long weekend, we went to Africa. One weekend, my wife was like, I'm so tired of Spanish food. I need British food. I need fish and chips. We're like, let's do it. We ran to Gibraltar and just crossed into England and ate fish and chips. And the high-speed trains and... I feel like there's so much variety in Spain. Like every little thing, it's got huge cities. It has wide open countryside, like so much endless countryside. But like Madrid is such an epic city. Madrid is a single city that's bigger than Nicaragua, and major city like Sevilla is still a major city. Barcelona is still a major city, and so it's something. Everything about Spain is really amazing, and you get this economic powerhouse country with everything. You can buy anything, find anything, fancy shops, but the prices are so low. it really is like this just blend of every amazing thing in one place. The only real downsides to it are it's a little bit difficult to get a visa for there, as a if you don't have some in, and it's located on the peninsula, so it's cool that you can get to Portugal and France and Morocco pretty easily. Italy's pretty close, but you want to like get into the core of Europe. It's like you gotta take the train. It's a little bit extra far. It's not as close as it could be, so it's not ideal from that. We find that like the Alsace is better for that. The the Upper Rhine. The obviously parts of Switzerland, but crazy expensive. Northwestern Italy, that's my favorite in the region. Like those areas are just so much more accessible. Like instead of, we can get to 2 or 3 places, it's like we can get to 10 or 20 places with so little effort, and taking the overnight trains and just going all over. If I was going to be based in Europe, I would want to be in northwestern Italy with access to the trains and be able to zip all over and just explore the world by train whenever possible. That is so cool. Portugal's not cheap anymore. Spain is now the cheapest. Is that really true? Spain is actually cheaper than Portugal? That's nuts. Yeah, I'm sure it's not the actual cheapest, but cheaper than Portugal. That's crazy. Like that's a lot of tourists going to Portugal to do that. So the captions work well, but there is an intermittent lag, like it needs more CPU. That's probably what's going on. Nile Lodge fire in Leon 2024. So people burn trash, or do you take yours to the dump, compost, or is there a pickup? Yeah, there's always a pickup, and it's completely free, but people burn it because it's what you do. And in most cases, they're not actually burning trash. They're burning brush because that's how they avoid big fires. So it's a difficult situation because culturally things are burned all the time. People assume because they're burning all the time that there is no trash pickup, but the beach definitely has trash pickup. Leon has trash pickup. There's different places have different things. If you're out on the street, there's the big trucks come by. If you're here where I live, I'm technically like in a weird spot. So I pay a trash dude with a horse to come, and a horse-drawn cart picks up my trash. I probably don't actually have to do that, but I'm helping provide him with a job, and he's a really nice guy. And he comes in and gets it out of my driveway. The trash truck isn't going to do that. So, there's maybe it's a luxury. Maybe I'm supporting a guy and his horse, but it works. The Nile Lodge, though, they've rebuilt, and it looks fantastic. It's coming along really well. I'm really excited, one, by how fast they're getting things fixed, but also they changed the roofing material. I think they elevated the roofs. It's hard to say from looking at it. It's going to be better than before for sure, and safer. So they're doing a fantastic job, it looks like. Not that I'm a house inspector, but from the outside, it really looks like they're putting in a serious effort, and looking forward to seeing how that ends up, and hoping they have it open soon, because they've been closed, obviously. So it's a very sad situation there. But burning trash, and like right after that, I don't know, it's probably a few weeks, but huge trash fire on the other side of them, next to the hotels on the beach, right? And my own hotels, they'll do massive fires right in front of it, and we're like, it's right there. And we're all Rancho roofs too, which is the Palapa roofs. They're dry, they're kindling, they basically go up like a bomb. And so it's very scary. But one of the biggest things that they do is they'll actually rip the old roof off, put a new one on. Thank goodness the new ones aren't quite as dry as the old ones. But they'll make a big pile of the old roof on the beach and set it on fire. And it's like a house burning. It is such a big fireball. One little tiny ash flying up in the air, and everything can go up. It can be pretty scary. But yes, there's trash pickup. Please use it. Have you had the same job throughout your awesome travels? I have. I've had the same job for 25 years. I actually started the company in 1999 and have never left. So I'm very fortunate. But I at times, like now, do general work for my company, and at other times my company will take really specialty contracts and basically provide me as a specialist. So for 10 years they provided me to the U.S. government as the head of technical trading for the U.S. dollar on Wall Street, and then I was lent to a sovereign hedge fund to represent trading for the Dutch government for a little while. So sometimes I get assigned to really specific things for some period of time, and then I get to go back to what I was doing. But it's always been my primary job has always been the same thing. Jillian left Spain after 20 years and moved here. So like me, was in Spain and came here. She had a lot more time in Spain than me. Jillian also says, owner told me a couple days ago that it would be open for August. The owner of Nile, I assume. At the rate it's going, that seems reasonable for sure. That's 2 months away, and it's like if they're halfway. Obviously, they've got to get some permits and stuff again, but they'll move fast, and everybody's obviously incentivized to get them open. Larry says, I met an engineer for the company building the stadium. He said open mid-September. First game will be Nicaragua versus China. Wow, interesting. I'd not heard it's going to be Nicaragua versus China. I had heard December that they're actually going to open. They're moving fast, for sure. And you will see me there with VIP tickets for sure, because that's what I do. That's how I roll. I'll spend an extra $1 on the baseball game. Marcella is zoning out playing with her hair over there. Está bien. She's not gripped by the conversation going on. I'm really excited for the new stadium. We really enjoy going to the old one. Actually, the old one we're going to be at this weekend for the rodeo. I need to get into, actually right now while we're doing this and I'm thinking of it, how late is it? Nope, it's too late. I will wait till tomorrow. I need to ask if I can get a tour of, I want to get into the stadium and film it ahead of time so that we have it on the show and people are talking about it and see the because it's pretty close at this point. You get a feel for it. It's going to be pretty cool. It is such a big deal here. We're so excited to have the stadium because the old one is so old. I'm glad I got to go though. Like we've been using the baseball stadium for a couple of years, and we really like the baseball games just because it's such a community thing. It's not like in the U.S. where it's like, yeah, here's the team assigned to our city, and here's the people from all over the world that they hired to play in this thing. Like, it might as well be one McDonald's competing against another McDonald's. It's just a bunch of franchises. But here, each city has its own team, and those people live in this city, and it's a completely different thing, and they are representing León. And you'll see them out at the bars and stuff. And it is a fun thing, and the community comes out. We're small cities, but baseball is our thing, and so all these people will turn out and just go wild at the games, and it's so much fun. And it's such a community thing, and they just sell beer in the VIP box. You can sit we like the VIP because it's air conditioned. Now it's now we could not do it. We could be fine sitting outside. I wouldn't think anything of it. But it is nice being in the VIP. It's a little bit not as loud. We can order beers anytime. We don't have to stand up to get them. They'll bring them over to us. It is so nice. And if you get hungry, you can just step outside, and they have concessions outside. So it's chicken and burgers and hot dogs and french fries. But it's all pretty greasy stuff. But you don't want that. You just call up a pizza place, call up one of the fancy restaurants. They will deliver to the VIP box, and you can have a whole dinner. As long as you're getting beer from the VIP box, they don't care. So first of all, you pay for your VIP. It's like $3, $5 to get in, and you pay for your beer. It's probably 10 quart over normal, probably maybe not even 5 quart over normal, and you just order in food. So we've been known to go, and we get like Valenti's pizza and stuff, like big thick crust pizza, and get a bunch of them and get a bunch of beers and just watch the game. So it's like being at home with really good food that you ordered delivery and beers straight from your fridge, except instead of a TV, you have a glass window and air conditioning looking out over the game. It was a lot of fun. And this year, I'll definitely have a camera more. And but it was really cool. One time I was at one of the playoff games, and I'm like on Twitter giving information, and then suddenly people are texting me on Twitter. They're like, "Are you actually at that game?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm behind the camera. I'm over here in this box." And people are like, "Oh my gosh, we see you!" And like people in Asia were texting me, and they're like, "This is one of the like world-class baseball games. People are super into this." I'm like, "What?" They're like, "Yeah, this is like people follow Nicaragua baseball from all over the world and watch the games broadcast on like Twitter." Like, weird, but like I was the only person out there on Twitter from the game, and everyone else is just watching it on TV. They're like, "Oh, this is so cool that you're there. I wish I could be there." I'm like, "Oh yeah, Ramon wants to go to see the games too? Yeah, we're doing it for sure." So Janet, if Ramon knows anybody or Larry, if you know anybody, we're trying to get a private box. We want our own box always. Like, we want one of our own boxes. And we don't know if they're even going to offer that, but if anybody has the contacts, we've been asking everybody, we want to pay for a corporate box that is ours for every game. And then we get to go to every game. But yeah, baseball games are fun here. You can also do soccer, football, but it's not nearly as big as baseball, and it's different cities. So the only city that's really into football is Esteli, and they've got the team Real Esteli. And that's a pretty big deal. And I was talking to some people from my channel, and they're like, I'm in Esteli. What am I going to do this weekend? And I'm like, oh my gosh, this weekend is Esteli versus America, which is Mexico City, the number one team in the Western Hemisphere, as a city team, well, at least in North America. And you're not sure if he has... Janet, he has all the contacts. Let's be fair. So I said to them, I'm like, you got to just find a bar in Esteli that is a Real Esteli bar. Go in and watch the game with everyone. And they're like, okay. And they went and they sent me pictures, and they called me later, and they're like, that was the best suggestion ever. That was so much fun. It was so wild. They're like, we bought all the Esteli clothing, the scarves and the whatever. And they're like, we just went in and everybody's just screaming, and it was so much fun. Nicaragua gets into it because there are local teams. But they play internationally, and they really get into things. It's fun. The sports, and I'm not a sports guy, but doing sports when they're your actual local teams is such a different thing than I ever found in the United States. So we really, really enjoy that. Our first year here, and my producer got to go. We went to a few games here in León. It was León versus Rivas in the playoffs, and we didn't know about it. We were new to the country, and people were like, "Yeah, it's the playoffs." And the León is in the playoffs. And we're like, oh, wow, that's really cool. Can we get tickets? And it was like a big thing. Can we get tickets? Can we get in? Everybody's like, yeah, I assume so. Like, well, and so we sent people to the stadium to buy tickets and stuff. And they're like, yeah, we got you VIP tickets because, you're the foreigners, so who else is going to get them? We're like, oh, we didn't need VIP tickets. Okay, well, we'll do that. And then we went and took a bunch of our crew, like our staff there, and it was just so much fun. They all were in the stadium. They're like, no, we just got the VIP for you. We're like, okay. But it was so cheap and so much fun. And then it ended up being the playoffs, and we went to all 7 games of the series. And the final game, we had to go to Managua for the final, and we ended up winning against Rivas, our arch rivals. So we got to see these really awesome games, and now we're like many-year defenders, all Latin American champions. Like it is neat being from here and getting into the sports and stuff. That's been really cool. We're starting to get down in people. We don't have anywhere near as many as we did before. Are we really down that low? Are we at like half what our peak was? I can't make faces and have like more people join. That's not going to happen. But, yeah, we're not getting a lot of questions at this point. What's going on, guys? Everyone's a little bit tired. I'm feeling a little bit tired. So, okay, while you guys are here, I know there's still 26 of you on right now. What do we feel about this format with me on this side and not at my computer? Is the vibe as good? Oh, we're up to 31. Whatever, the face I made worked. I'm going to make it again. Ooh. Es una pregunta para ti. De are. Es abajo de Janet. Quizás es en mi teléfono antes de la computadora. Es Ed. Del apartamento.
Muchas gracias por todo.
Sí. So this format with this in the background, like I like how this looks from here, but I can't really see it. I do like how it looks when I sit at my desk too. I need the curtains put up behind me, and then it's going to look way better at my desk. And then we get like the light fixed up and stuff. But Patricia, I agree. This is way better than the windows. I got to adjust the lights once I've seen this, and I want to change out this filter. but I'm not quite sure how to sit. Not quite sure how to do it. But it is cool having Marcella running the board and stuff, so I don't have to look at that. But it's harder for me to keep track of the phone. And now she's making faces at things. Okay. Try lighting the wood wall from below. Could be a nice effect. It's very nice. From below. Yeah, okay. It's from above right now, so from below. Yeah. You could give that a try. I can also... Wait, I have a YouTuber light. I'm not an official YouTuber until I turn this on. Where do we put it? I don't have anywhere it'll go. It has magnets, right? But... So I can put it back here. You can't really see it. Yeah, sort of. I don't know how to do it, but I need this somewhere in the background to make me an official YouTuber, because YouTubers always have random colored lights in the background. I don't know how well you can see this. It's very pink, but it's you probably see it there. It's probably blowing out the sensor a little bit. I have cables in the way, so I have to lean over to have any ability to see my face at all in things. Oh, I can light my beard. Ah, that's where it goes. I could hide it in my beard and no one would know. And people would just be like, your beard is radiant. Mi barba es brillante. Okay, that's I swear I'm still on my first beer. I go through them so slowly. Forget where the microphone is. Still have most of it left. I really need a stand for the phone or whatever. That would be super helpful. Oh, now it's being weird. Oh, what has happened? Mary says, like the background, a previous video had the pink-purple lighting on your face, which was distracting. Oh, she did not like that one. Okay. I think that was a video. I don't think that was a live stream. It was just a video at my desk. But yeah, I tried it one time, and I changed the colors between segments. I was like, this is boring. But I had a white hat on. I'm like, maybe it'll reflect. What I was hoping is not to have it on my face. I was hoping to have it just reflect a little bit and light the cap under, but that's not what happened. So it didn't have the cool look that I normally would have. Honestly, Ed, ER, I prefer Tonya Light, but this is what I have in the house is Tonya. So I'm drinking Tonya. Bum-ba-da-da. Nope, it just won't. It won't find the can. Okay. Oh, Marcella does not like Tonya. She prefers Victoria. I like Victoria when I'm drinking. Mi padre dice, para tener Marcella aquí ayudar. Agradar. Agradada to la ¿cómo se dice? Chemistry of the show. La programa tiene más
interacción.
Sí. So I like Victoria. So Victoria Frost is pretty bad. It is guacala, as they would say here. People do not like it. It is super cheap, and it's what's called an ice filtered or cold filtered beer. So if you're in the United States, it is the Nicaragua answer to Keystone. That should answer it for everyone. Like if you need cold filtered plastic lined can beer, yeah, they don't really drink Frost. Every so often you'll find someone who's just really into Frost. They don't advertise Frost. They don't push it. Like, there's a reason. I don't understand why they even sell it. I just had this conversation the other day, and some people are like, some people drink it, but it's weird. But the Tonya Light is really good. Tonya is really good, but I prefer Victoria. But most people drink Tonya, so our house is stocked with Tonya, and we actually have so much Tonya stocked in the house, and I really only drink it on the show. So when I go out, I get Tonya Light or Moro Potente or Victoria. Okay.
No me gusta la cerveza.
No. ¿Cuál?
Ninguna.
Oh.
O el ron.
See. Marcella wants to point out she really doesn't like beer. She likes rum. Can we talk with Marcella? You can ask her questions. ¿Podemos hablar con Marcella? Ella dice, quizás sí, quizás no. Janet says, I'm with Marcella. Victoria is the best, except now I don't drink. Well, that just sucks. That's the worst. No, but I drink Victoria. That's what the best I've had is Victoria on tap. De sifón es mejor. So Tonya Light, not available on tap as far as I know anywhere in the country. And we've talked to the beer mate. They're like, no. But Tonya and Victoria can come in kegs, but it is super hard to find. But I found Victoria where they sold it in like liter mugs. It was fantastic. That was great. That was in Ciudad Sandino. How does Marcella like her rum? Plentiful. Okay. So Marcella is Nicaraguense. So she likes her rum like Nicaraguenses with Coke, ice, and lime. Limón y Coca-Cola. Y hielo. Con ron. No, or Ensa.
Ensa.
Okay, yeah. And so Ensa here, everyone here refers to it as Ensa, but it's just club soda. It's seltzer water. Pure, bubbly water, but it's made in Nicaragua. And so Ensa is like this really iconic old Nicaraguan brand that nobody advertises or talks about. But when you go out for drinks, if it's going to be bubbly, it had better be made with an Ensa. It's a little bit funny. And they also make a grapefruit. They only make two things. Plain Ensa, which is just club soda, and they make a flavored one, which is also just called Ensa, to be super confusing. But it's flavored with grapefruit, and so it tastes like a fresca, and a lot of us prefer it. But it's cheap and made locally. But so that's Ensa, and it's one of those things that, like, if you live in Nicaragua, everyone knows Ensa, but there's a dog huffing outside the window. Or outside the door. But no one ever talks about it. No one has ever, like, Ensa, yeah, the flavor of Nicaragua. And you certainly can't buy it outside of Nicaragua, I'm sure. But it's pretty interesting. Yes, Flor de Caña may be the best rum on earth. And they have won many awards. They are often ranked number one or top couple world rums. Adrian D. Oh, no. In digital format, dice, por favor, Marcela, habla contigo, sobre ti. Sí. En español está bien. Ella no le gusta. Fuiste en televisión, en vivo. Entiendo, hay más personas aquí, pero... She's acting all nervous, but she's been on television live and had no problem. So I guess this show is bigger than television. So, I mean, we're kind of a big deal here on the Scott Allen Miller Vlog live show, but... All right, I don't know if we can get her on today. We are trying to get her to do her own YouTube show en español. Propia programa en español. But that'll give her time to record and edit and stuff. A little bit different being live. Live is nerve-wracking, even though, I mean, we've only got 28 people. 28 personas. She's being very nervous. Yeah, Flor de Caña. And Flor de Caña is made really, really nearby. It's super close. It would take me about 5 hours, I think, to walk to the Flor de Caña factory from here. La fábrica de Flor de Caña es solo 5 horas de pie de aquí en la calle rural. Del campo. Rural. Made up that word. And they say, por favor, come on. Vení.
¿Qué quieres saber?
Es el único tema ahora. Mary says, I love the bilingual chat. I'm trying to learn Spanish, so it helps listening to you both. How about a mango sorbet with rum? Ooh. Interesante. Es como helado sin leche con mango. Es más o menos mango y helado, mango y hielo en una forma de helado con ron. Yeah, that could be quite good. Necesito usar la computadora para un momento para enseñar un programa para Luciana, para su prima. Entonces, quizás puedes hablar para un momento. Sí. I'm going to be real fast. I have to use the computer and start up a Minecraft server for my daughter. Hold on, everybody. We're still here. We're still here. We're still here. Where is the server? There it is. I left it on the screen, so I was ready to start it up when I got back. My daughter likes to play Minecraft. I don't know how well you guys can hear me, so let me know. And so we run a Minecraft server for my daughter so she can play with her cousin. They have their own world, and it's pretty cool. And there we go. I'm coming back now. Ugh. Oh, tengo hambre. ¿Hay pasta?
Sí.
No sé qué tipo. ¿Y la cámara? Uno. Okay, and we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. Had to start up the Minecraft server for my daughter. And we could run a community Minecraft server. I don't play Minecraft, so don't get excited that you're going to play Minecraft with me. I don't even play with my kids. Like, not going to happen. Not my thing. In digital format. Mary says, yummy. Yeah, that does sound good. Marcella, I'm looking forward to your show. And Chris says hi. Chris, where are you from? Hi. We're down to 24 people. We're losing them. It's because you didn't speak in Spanish. Everybody wanted to see Marcella. In digital format is looking forward to your show. Él está emocionada para tu programa. Pronto, sí. We have a lot of filming we have to do this weekend, so hopefully we'll see her dancing at the Epic. Oh no puedes ir. Her kids have school stuff, and it coincides with the Epico, so she can't be here for the Epico. I might get her marching on Sunday morning, La Marcha, en Domingo,
Sí.
San Judas.
Sábado para el concierto.
Sí, pero es oscuro en la noche. Y no podemos grabar con la banda porque la música es normalmente con copyright. Via Via? No, we're not going to Via Via. Saturday night. So Via Via's normal concerts are on Friday night. The concert we're looking at going to is Bar 1979 in downtown Managua. This should be quite the interesting party to go to. Mañana and tomorrow in Via Via, there's a concert.
Asdrúbal.
¿Quién?
Asdrúbal. Es como Mario Sacasa.
Ah, okay. So a rock band is playing tomorrow. I mean, normally it's rock bands.
Tenemos videos de él en el bodegón. ¿Recuerdas?
Oh.
El chico de la guitarra.
Yes. Okay. It's hard for me to remember names, especially there's a lot of them with a lot of Spanish accents. Oh, he's really good.
Sí, es muy bueno.
See. So good show at Via Via tomorrow. I don't think I'm making it to Via Via. Oh, but I want to see him. Because we have to. My weekend is so busy. But yeah, if you're going to be around for Via Via tomorrow, that'll be really good. But it's Libre Arte is playing 1979 on, and that is a like serious Nika club in Managua that I've always wanted to go to, really close to Plaza Inter and cerca Inter 90
Sí.
El Bar, sí. The Crown Plaza. So the Crown Plaza and Plaza Inter are directly next to each other, so it's a confusing naming thing. And it's right on the north side of the lake. It's really interesting because there's a volcanic lake just a few blocks away from Lago Managua. And it's a beautiful area, really interesting part of Managua to go around because it's one of the parts that has like a volcano in the middle of the city, but it's an old volcano full of water. Really freaking interesting. And the lake that is inside the volcano is also part of the Navy grounds. Like, it's wacky. And then there's Sandino Park is on the northwest corner. You have to pay to get into that. And I can't take cameras into it. I can take my phone. Like, I'm allowed to record stuff. At some point, when I get the iPhone 16, which is what I should be getting, I've got a 13 now. I skipped the 14. I'm skipping the 15. I will be getting the 16. Once I have that and I get that additionally high quality footage, I'm going to make an effort to pay to go into the park and record as much of that as I can, because they said you can record with a phone, but you can't bring in stuff. I'm like, I have a GoPro. Like, you're not going to let me bring in a GoPro, but you'll let me bring in a cinema rig with an iPhone? That's pretty silly, but yeah, that's the deal there. But I really like that area. What is the... I want to listen to Marcella's show too, from Janet. Janet also says, haha, the word said normally it's truck fans instead of rock bands. Oh, we're not going, I have work. Oh, that sucks. Give Marcella a camera for Via Via. I've thought about that. She's a little bit scared about taking the Fuji. ¿Tenés un poco miedo sobre tener mi bebé al Via Via sola?
Sí. Porque puedo olvidarla.
If you hear me change my verbs on the show for those who are learning Spanish and interested in it, if you're saying tú, like you're in Guatemala or Mexico, it's tú tienes. But if you're here in Nicaragua, you don't hear me say the first word because you don't normally in Spanish say the pronoun. You only hear the appropriate verb because it tells you what the pronoun is. And so if you just say tienes miedo, it's you are afraid. But that's how you say it in Mexico or Guatemala. Here, we use vos, not tú. And so the verb with vos is tenés. Vos tenés miedo, or just tenés miedo. But it's very difficult for me because I learned Spanish first in the United States, speaking a modified Mexican Spanish, and then I learned it in Spain, and then I learned it in Panama, and then went back to Spain, and then my learning in Nicaragua. I always have two in my head, and it's very difficult because there's no resources like Duolingo and stuff never teach you vos, and so those verbs are very hard to learn. I put in an effort trying to learn them so I can always use the vos forms, but it's very difficult. But for those who are listening to Spanish here, it is very confusing because if you're speaking, you know what you're saying. And Nicaraguans know the verbs. But if you are listening and people don't say the pronoun, like you went to the store and all you heard is went to the store, but it's a modified verb to a word you don't know and all you heard is went the store, you'd be like, what did I hear? And what pronoun goes with that? How do I fill that in? It's not a word I know. And so that gets really difficult. And so you'll start hearing that with these gaps and you'll be like, I can't place what's being said. And generally it's because it's a vos form that you can't look up. Can Marcella share some video from her phone? I mean, if she's there, she can. Todo quieren que vas a Via Via mañana. Ella quiere, she wants to go. She would like to go. Ella le gusta los conciertos en Via Via. Okay, now I'm talking to her. She likes going to concerts at Via Via. My brain is shutting down. I can't remember who I'm talking to.
Pero luego todos quieren saber dónde voy.
Ah, sí, yep. Yeah, everybody always wants to know where she is and where the party is. Do Nicaraguans understand the tu usted version, or do you have to use vos? Oh, no, they definitely understand tu. That's not a problem because they wouldn't understand like Spanish television. They don't make television in Nicaragua other than like the morning show and the news, which you would have to make here. So any television show, any book, anything like that is going to have tu in it. And vos only replaces tu. It doesn't replace usted. So you still have the vos usted combination, whereas most countries have the tu usted combination. Tu is actually more informal. In really strict triple form Spanish that is sometimes used in El Salvador, there is tu when you're being super casual, like, it's my friend, and usted when you're being super formal, like it's my teacher. But when it's like a older student who's kind of in charge, or it's a friend that's an adult, there's like this in between where it's not like your buddy that you're going to punch on the shoulder, but it's not someone that's an authority figure. You have vos to fit in the middle. Most of the countries eliminated vos in the middle. Nicaragua eliminated tu on the informal, or in reality never had it, because tu as a super informal word is a new addition to Spanish. Vos is all that was there in the old days. So they still use usted, so that's the same as always. So if you meet someone that's a stranger and you're going to say, how are you? It is como está. Whereas if it's someone you know, it's como estás. And in that particular case, the tu and the vos form share the same verb, so I can't give you a third example because it's also como estás. But yeah, they definitely understand it. Would you use usted when speaking to a driver or restaurant server? Yes, you would. It's not a big deal if you don't, but that is any person you don't know, use the usted form if you can. If you're only going to use one, use the usted. Like, you can always use usted. This is Nicaragua. People are super chill. So like, especially if you don't speak Spanish well, always using tu, no one's going to say a thing, right? But you'll notice that everyone will use usted with you when speaking in the other direction. And I definitely have like employees, and they'll be like, ¿Cómo está? And I'm like, ¿Cómo estás? Like, make a point of don't be formal. But they always use the formal. And in English, people think that the old like thou and thee forms were our formal and that we lost them, but that's not actually true. Those were the informals. We kept you being the formal, and our you actually comes from Latin, the same as the Spanish, and you can check it really easily because usted became you. You is literally just saying the first letter of usted, so that is the formal. And you can tell that the and tu both start with a T, and the informal. We actually had a Latin base for those pronouns, just like Spanish, but they evolved differently over time, and the Spanish speakers leaned towards the informal, and the English speakers went whole hog on the formal and gave up on the informal. So there's that for you. And the vos form is simply taken from the French, which is vous, which, if you go through the French, is just French saying tu, but they added the V because they're French. They have to sound that way. And when the Spanish adopted it, it ended up being seen as more formal than tu. A lot of weird history in, and really funny is nosotros and vosotros are ways of saying nosotros is us, and vosotros, which is not used, nunca está usa aquí, pero es comprende.
Sí.
Okay, so in España hay vosotros, pero vosotros es solo vos y nosotros. Vosotros. Originally, you would say vos for you in Spain, because that's how they semi-formally said you in Spain, and and you would say nosotros for us. And when you got mixed together, when you're using a group, you would say vosotros, because it was vos and nosotros mixed together. And so it just over time turned into a single word. And so people think that there's a vosotros form, but in reality, it's a slang. Much like the word ampersand in English, which is a letter in the English alphabet, and it once upon a time was in the alphabet song, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z, and sometimes and, per, se, and. Because the symbol was the letter E and the letter T from Latin, stylized, which was the Latin word for and, which is also the Spanish letter Y is the same stylization of the E and T together. And that's why that is and in Spanish. And when you did that letter at the end of the alphabet, you would say Z, and then the final letter, the one that came after Z, was the stylized E and T together, but people didn't refer to it as et or E and T. They referred to its name as and. The actual name of the letter was and, but it wasn't considered a true name quite because it was the letters E and T, stylized. So they would say and, meaning plus one more word, one more letter, per se, Latin for, as the way we speak it, and. So they said and, per se, and. But over time, at the end of the alphabet song, X, Y, Z, ampersand, eventually those sounds ran together, and the letter and became known as the and, per se, and, or ampersand. And so now, no one even knows what they're saying when they say ampersand, but they know it stands for and, but they don't realize that its actual name is ant. In digital format, I think the people really appreciate me trying. I would start with lo siento. Yes. El empezar siempre con lo siento y español. People do appreciate the effort, and not very many people speak English here, so it is important to speak a little bit of Spanish, because quite often you will be at an impasse. If you don't, it can be quite difficult. We lost everybody with the ampersand story. Come on, everybody. We're down to 20 people. We might be approaching the end of the night. We are hungry here. Tenemos hambre. Spanglish, yes. That's what you get in Texas. Man, we go back to Texas, and I'm just like, this is not Spanish. So often. I say lo siento all the time. It is lo siento with an S. It definitely sounds the same, but they would be confused if you wrote it with a C. V and B, so this is super confusing. V and B are completely interchangeable here because they're actually the same letter. So historically, B and V were the same letter. In English, they got divided long enough ago that we have a B sound and a V sound, which are surprisingly similar, but they're slightly different. And we recognize them as two separate letters. But in Spanish, they are not two separate letters. They are two separate means of writing the same thing, but they are effectively interchangeable. Nicaraguan is not a written language. It is a spoken language. So it's very different than regular Spanish, which regular Spanish is a written language. So Spain, Mexico, Argentina, whatever, it is a formal written language with formal written rules. In Nicaragua, it is not. It is a spoken language. And so it's important how you say things, but you can write them any way that results in the same sound, which is insanely confusing when you're on things like WhatsApp and you get a ton of the same word written a bunch of different ways. Plus, there are some very standard abbreviations that are absolutely nutty, because what we see as an abbreviation and what they use as abbreviation are often not the same. And so we'll get things like XFA for por favor, and just the letter Q for K, and a lot of stuff like that. And it's like, whoa, this is very, very hard to follow. And like Google can't figure out what you're saying. And then even people's names, people will write their own name multiple ways. The town name where we live is written like 8 different ways. It is nuts. I agree to the writing thing here. Yes. It is so difficult. So Sutiava can be Subtiaba, or that first B could be a V, or the second B could be a V, and either one could be either, so that's a whole bunch of combinations. But the first B and V you can drop and just ignore, which most people do. And so there's so many combinations that you can write with those. We will stay if we can hear from Marcela. No más programa. Oh, puedes hablar.
¿Qué?
Sí, ella dice. They marry. No.
No.
No, in digital format. Él dice, es necesario. Lo siento. No es de mí. No es mía culpa.
¿Qué quiere?
Para
Voy a decir.
hablas. Ah? Oh, I think she's going to.
No, ¿qué
Sí.
voy a decir?
Está bien. Dice hola.
¿Puedo estar ahí con vos?
Con vos.
Está bien.
Ugh. Okay, hold on.
Pienso que estoy bien aquí. Hola. Está bien ahí. Sí.
Ta-da! This is La Marcelita. And now we can ask her questions. En español, por favor. She will speak in English
Okay.
only when drunk.
No.
Es verdad. We actually refer to really drunk situations as English drunk because that's how you know. Hola, Marcelita. Hi,
Hi,
Marcelita.
Janet.
It's the Marcella show. It's the Marcella show.
Muy pronto.
Ah. Doña para ti.
No,
¿Qué
no me
dice?
gusta. No, no me gusta la Toña.
Ah,
Prefiero Victoria.
no tengo nada. Yes, Janet, because she was drunk.
¿Qué? Sí.
Hablaste inglés en su casa.
¿Cuándo?
Con los gatitos. Hace 2 años.
Oh, sí, recuerdo.
La luz.
¿Qué luz?
Afuera.
¿Qué?
Señal. No. Solo un... Sí.
Ay,
Paciencia.
perdón.
There you can just see the orange glow above her.
¿Qué?
Es naranja.
¿Se ve? Sí, se ve.
¿De qué pueblo?
Ah, soy de Managua,
Yep, she grew up
pero estoy en León hace 2 años.
más.
Sí, quizás.
Sí. So she was born in and grew up. Naciste
En Managua.
in Managua. She was born in and grew up in Managua. Viviste en Granada para un tiempo.
Sí,
2 años?
1 año.
Oh, un año. 1 year in Granada. And then she's been partially here in León for a couple of years. So we're gonna, quiero escuchar a La Marcela Show.
Pronto, pronto.
See, send in your questions in Spanish. We're good.
Y puedo tener ideas para el programa.
Yes, ideas for her show in Spanish. So one of the things we want to be doing while you guys are thinking of things to ask her in Spanish is, and we talked about this so she knows, but she'll be confused because I'm talking fast, is we want to do like nighttime filming stuff where we go out and show Nicaragua nightlife. La vida de noche de Nicaragua. And do like like real Nicaraguan things that expats really don't do. Because there's so much of this, right? Like, well, here in Sutiava, there is a barrio bar, Houston's. Es un bar de deportes. Houston.
El que está en Sutiaba.
Sí. And, like, no expat ever goes to a Nicaraguan sports bar in the barrio. No one ever goes to... A lot of people do street food. That's easy. But there's a lot of, like, restaurants that people really don't frequent. Like Pollo Nica. Y La Comida en El Mercado. So I did that in Messiah back when I was doing the shopping for shoes. And it was really interesting because there was actually like a really nice restaurant inside the Mercado. But everyone's like freaking out because we're foreigners and we're like in this restaurant. It's so dangerous, quote unquote. It's ridiculous. But it was a really nice restaurant with a big menu. But a lot of it's meat. So there's a lot of the stuff I can't do. And at night, it's very hard to film. So we got to come up with some tricks for that. So we'll see. Music. Comida. ¿Tiene mascotas? Es una pregunta.
Sí, tengo una.
Oh,
Una perrita.
No, dos.
Y un gato, Fito.
Yes. She has a cat named Fito. For those who are not familiar with the name Fito, it is the English name Adolf. And her dog Betty, named after Betty Boop, is the little tiny puppy that was in here earlier, but she has not been on the show. If she comes to the door, we will grab her and put her on the show. She's a cute little street dog from Nicaragua.
Un problema grande.
She's a big problem. She eats everything, destroys everything. But she's very sweet, very loving. Centrarse en la vida nica sería genial.
Para un programa.
Sí. Compras. Yeah, lots of shopping.
Sí. ¿Qué compras? He pensado, sí, del supermercado. Tengo ideas con precios diferentes.
Sí.
Donde es mejor comprar con productos buenos.
Right, comparing prices between different products in like the supermarket so you can really get an idea. Because some things are more expensive here. Most things are cheaper, but it's all over the place. And but there's a lot of shopping that's different here. Muchas compras aquí es diferente. Porque, por ejemplo, no hay tiendas de plásticos en los Estados Unidos. Es completamente diferente. So here we have things called plastic shops, for example. And that's where you go to buy everything. You need a plastic bin, need Tupperware, need clothes hangers, like unrelated items. They're just made from plastic. So there's plastic stores, and they're quite a common thing. Every neighborhood has one, or more or less, and they're pretty big deals. But seeing one, actually going to shop in one, is something that most foreigners are never going to do. Like the whole thing's pretty cool. So very interesting, I think, stuff like that, and going for una tienda de batidos and no en el centro es fácil. En el barrio, en la esquina.
Y conozco ahora uno. Estoy la otra noche para un concierto y solo hay batidos. Estaba...
¿Dónde?
Detrás de mi juna. Sí.
No conozco la ubicación. Oh, interesting. So batidos, smoothies. Commonly, you'll find things like that, or raspados, and in the street, or like in like you'll be in like a barrio in like a really interesting neighborhood, like far from where you expect there to be anything. Or hot dogs in la calle, and hot dog. Food like that, things that, and sometimes it's like you're on a back street, middle of nowhere. And 11 o'clock at night, you find like this amazing hot dog cart in the middle of the street. And it's like, we're just going to get a hot dog. And it's like a whole presentation. It's like an adventure in food. They slice the dog and put it on a grill and do like a whole thing. And they do a huge grilled bun and all kinds of toppings and stuff. And you're just like, what is going on? Like, this is, you might as well be getting a dinner show, and you're just standing at a hot dog vendor in the middle of some empty street, and you're like, well, I'm the only person who bought a hot dog here for the last 2 hours, I'm sure. What is going on? It's so wild. But there's this whole experience as local, as this whole experience of the Nicaraguan nightlife that you never see. And it's part of this really interesting fabric of living here because, for example, if you live, barrio living is the way to go, right? It's just so interesting. And living in La Barrio, where I used to live, you go out and you're like, okay, it's nighttime. I want to just discover what's out there. And there'd be a guy selling popcorn down on some dark corner, and there's nothing around. And somewhere there'd be like a little tiny door and a little tiny sign out, and you just poke your head in, and they're doing pizzas. Not the best pizzas, but they're doing pizzas. And you're like, oh, okay, we're doing $3 pizzas in the street, like some little house that we found. And then there's a hot dog place on 5th Avenue, and just you never know what you're going to find. It's so wild. And so often on these like deserted streets, or they're dark, but there's loads of like families just sitting out in the street hanging out, which is always really cool. And but grabbing some of that stuff and showing what it's like when people actually hang out, because it would be the same, and it would be very interesting for Nicaraguans to see like what Americans do in the evening. But I think Americans are easier to explain, at least being American, it seems that way. The idea that like, well, what happens when you get home at 5 o'clock from work? Well, I probably am going to cook dinner. Okay, well, that gets you to about 7, right? Yeah, from about 5 to 7, we're making dinner. Okay, that's easy to picture. Then we sit around, we either eat at a dining room table, increasingly not likely, or we sit around and watch TV while we eat. Okay, and then when you're done eating, watch TV until like 9 for sure, and possibly 11, like that's kind of the range. Okay. And, if it's family, maybe we'll sit around and do that. Maybe the kids will go watch things on their personal devices. Maybe they'll do homework, right? But you're like in the house, and basically there's a TV as kind of a central thing, and then people may do their own little thing in the house. And that's a normal night. Sure, Friday nights you're going to go out and do something, but you have this like really normal American experience that people just understand inherently. And when you're in Nicaragua, there's like this, well, but my house is kind of just open to the street. And so the street experience and the whole like cooking in the house, and people come over and people sit together on the street and going out and getting hot dogs. And if mom's cooking dinner, then the kids are running to the pulperia on the corner because they need milk or salt, right? And there's these little tiny shops everywhere that sell a few things, but you got to know which ones sell which things. So you're running all over doing like this really elaborate, like, okay, so this place has eggs but not milk, that place has milk and salt but not pepper, this place has salt and pepper, like, and just this shopping, and you'll go to a shop that all they sell is milk, and a shop and all they sell is big cola, right? They don't have anything else, and it'll be like, okay, let's have some big cola, but we definitely need some salt for our food. And so you're running around putting together what you're going to have for the evening, and then hot dogs in the street and stuff. It's so interesting and dynamic and social compared to what we're used to. Es un momento para update. Me encanta explorar los puntos calientes locales. Does that mean what I think it means? I think, Mary, you're talking about where are the hot local places, I hope. Digital format, see? Cooking? See, cooking. Showing cooking at home. Cocinada en la casa. Sí.
¿Qué?
Personas que quiere mostrar la casa y comida en la casa.
No es mi programa. O quizás
No,
poco
personas.
Oh.
So, en diferentes casas.
Sí.
Casas
también.
diferentes, sí.
Con amigos.
Sí.
Comida nica.
Exactamente. Patricia says, the closed captioning combined the questions as you were reading them and said Marcela eats her pets.
¿Qué?
¿Tú comes tus mascotas? Tiendes. Tiendes on its own means you have. Tiendas are stores. El canal de Marcela estará en español. Sí, it will be in español. Si es así, if it's like that, también hará subtítulos en inglés. YouTube normally produces English subtitles automatically. We'll have to check if that really is true, but that is normally what it's going to do. So if you're watching it from English locations, it will encourage it to create English subtitles. It does it using AI, or not really AI. It does it using a standard algorithm that determines if English subtitles make sense.
Y quizás puedo practicar mi inglés.
Ah, sí, quizás. Pero más practicas en mi canal y puedo practicar en tu canal.
También.
Sí. And the use of the possessive in Nicaraguan Spanish, vos is used with the pronoun, but when you're talking about a possessive, it is still tu. So like, what am I trying to say? Vas hablas con tu mascota. You speak with your dog. Vos in the first part, tu in the second part. It's a weird thing to have said. Did it format? Best pizza in Nicaragua? Buena programa. Are you asking what's the best pizza in Nicaragua? No question. Pizza Vale en Granada. Necesitamos ir a Granada para un programa sobre Pizza Vale. Don Timoteo, I like the bread people that come through the barrios. La gente de pan en el barrio?
Oh, sí.
Yeah, that would be cool. We need to find someone to follow them around, or like the girls who do fruit or whatever. Janet says, I'm furiously trying to remember what place is open behind Mijunas. Right? That's what she said. There's a Batidos place, a smoothie place behind Mijunas. Mijunas alone would be a cool thing to show. Super, like, upscale, party-oriented Nika bar. It feels like it's not a barrio place. It's like a city place, but it's completely Nicaraguan. It's such a weird combination of vibes and stuff.
El nombre.
Janet says, Patricia, that captioning has really had a challenge tonight. Yeah, once we go to Spanglish, we're really pushing it.
Okay.
Whoops, I meant smile. Sonrisa. Sometimes Google Translate does not get it right. Oh, yeah, Google gets weird sometimes. Let me tell you, especially here, if you're trying to translate what people are saying here, because there's so much slang and it's a different Spanish, and Google's like, yeah, we don't get a lot of this. Yeah, I think, pienso que. Vamos a visitar personas en sus casas y para ver, cocinando, combinando, socializando. No,
Social.
Socializando. I was really close, actually. En la casa con la familia, con vecinos, quizás fiestas en la casa, una fiesta fiesta pequeña, con una cena grande.
Sí.
Yeah, that could be cool stuff.
Tenemos amigos que cocinan.
Ah, sí.
Yader.
Ah, sí.
Sí.
Oh, we gotta get Yader on the show. He's been on, but only flashing by. If you watch the Nagarote Ipico show, I know he was in the tuk-tuk, in the caponero.
En la caponera.
Caponera with us. I had such a hard time with that word because it's just a tuk-tuk in my head. Like, that's what we call it. Caponera. You can see I have the 360 cam, and we're all in it riding around the city in that. That was a lot of fun. His family does some famous soup. Sopa.
Mm-hmm.
¿Qué tipo de sopa?
Es diferente cada domingo.
It's they do soup delivery around the city, so it's pretty cool. Dice, genial, gracias. Mary says, Is that like nom? Nom nom. Oh, Mary loves Nagarote. So we've been told that we're getting a tour of Nagarote. Obviously, I've done tours of Nagarote, but I talked to someone with some influence, and they're like, "You want a tour of Nagarote? We're making this happen." And they picked up the phone and they called the mayor, and they literally just had this conversation. They're like, "Scott's coming, and the mayor's giving him a tour. That's what's happening." And the mayor's like, "Okay." Like, what just happened? So we're getting a full-on Nagarote tour sometime soon, and we're gonna get to go to all the structures in the town that normally are locked, and like things we can just go film anywhere we want and see it. It'll be really cool. Yeah, but Nagarote is of the small cities. It is my favorite. Es mi pueblo favorito. Es un ciudad pequeño.
Pequeña. Y es la más limpia.
Yes, it's famously the cleanest town in Nicaragua, and it is also one of the two towns that compete to be the home of casillos, which we need to do casillos, episodios de casillos. That is such a Nicaraguan food. It is just unbelievable. Awesome, Janet. I saw your note. Woot woot. Yeah, Nagarote is fantastic. It has, and Mary, how long since you've been in Nagarote? Because it has changed a lot in the last 6 months. So Nagarote has put in, they've always been a town of fairs. They have like the big central parks. Like, it is just a town of parks. It is such a cool place. She has family friends who live there. What a great place to live. But in the last year, they've gotten a massive influx of cash. I can only imagine federal. And they've built this amazing complex of parks directly against the road. Okay, so those who don't know, the Carretera Nueva, as we call it, the New Leon Road, which is not the words that I just said. What we say in Spanish and in English are different. The Carretera Nueva that runs along the lake, it comes out of Managua and then runs through Ciudad Sandino, and then runs through Mata-Are, then through Nagarote, La Paz Centro, Izapa, and then Leon. Izapa is more of a crossroads, not really a town. The others are all small cities. Mata-Are es un pueblo, es ciudad?
Es un pueblo.
Pueblo, okay.
Como una comarca o algo así, no sé.
Yeah, Mata-Are is a good-sized pueblo. Es un pueblo grande, pero una ciudad muy pequeña. So it's like in between a village and a city, I think, or like a larger village. Anyway, so the highway runs right through it. So Ciudad Sandino is enormous, huge city. Mata-Are is tiny, and then you have some countryside, and then Nagarote. And Nagarote and La Paz Centro, Nagarote is located all on the south side of the highway, and La Paz Centro is all on the north side of the highway, but miles apart from each other. And so where the highway comes through has always been like a bypass. It's like on the edge of town. Well, La Paz Centro kind of gave up for a really long time and has nothing against the highway, and it was a mess. They're fixing that. They have like a nice entrance into town now, and a Super Express, an AM/PM, a 24-hour little AM/PM, so you can stop and get things. But still lean, but it's really nice what they've added. Nagarote went all in, and whether it was the government or private companies, they put in a Pronto gas station, which means 24-hour gas, 24-hour bathrooms, and 24-hour mini-mart. Right next to it, they put in, less than a kilometer away, a 24-hour AM/PM, which means more bathrooms and way more mini-mart stuff. So those two things alone are big. And then they took a very tiny little nothing park that was against the highway and put in the biggest park budget I have ever seen for development. They put in so many benches, so many walkways, so many topiaries, statues, water features, and what looks like 20 or 30 spaces for restaurants. Espacios para restaurantes en el Parque de Nagarote.
Oh, sí.
Muchas. It's huge. No, they're not quite open yet. The park's open. They don't have the restaurants open yet, but this is going to be a spot for food. And it's on the highway, so it's going to be like you can just go along the highway, pull over, and you're in this massive park complex with all this stuff that is so beautiful, so well situated. And then you can go into Nagarote from there, but it's really cool what they're doing there. It is impressive. Mary's been there off and on the last year. Was there again in May. Oh, okay, so you've seen what they're doing. Look forward to your clip of Via Mañana. Friend's mom turned 95. Wow. Ella tiene 95 años.
Wow.
Adrian dice, a Marcela le gustan las plantas, las flores, las tradiciones favoritas, todo lo que sea único, especial en diferentes épocas de años. Épocas de año, del año.
Sí me gustan las flores y tradiciones. No entiendo.
Costumbres, favorito.
Sí, claro. Sí.
No, ¿cuál? ¿Cuál costumbres?
No sé.
Es tu favorito. She doesn't know.
No tengo favorito. Estoy pensando y...
Épocas diferentes. I don't know. La música en verano. Por ejemplo, en julio, en Managua, la fiesta.
Bueno, Managua no me gusta mucho.
Sí. She's not like Managua. Managua really is a nice city, but, when you grow up in it, and it's big, and here in Leon, I feel like there isn't that much different around the year. Partially because the weather doesn't change. It's not like in the U.S. and Canada where you have these 4 seasons and it's like this stuff happens in the summer, this stuff happens in the winter. We have during the summer here because the revolution, primarily because the revolution was won in July, there's like this late June, early July kind of like, it would be like in the United States if you had a 4th of July season that goes on for several weeks because it's much more recent, so it's a really big thing. So imagine if you kind of combined the ideas of Thanksgiving, 4th of July, and Christmas into one big 2-week-long party. That's kind of what the July 19th events feel like to me. So that I find really interesting because there's music in the park every day. There's dancing. El ballet folclórico.
Sí.
Me gusta. I like the ballet folclórico. Me gusta. Hay un festival en Diriamba
Sí.
cada año. El Guaguense.
Sí.
There is, Diriamba has the El Guaguense. El Guaguense is kind of the, you would compare it to Romeo and Juliet, but it's not a romance. It is the story of an old man, El Guaguense, who tricks the local rich guys, which originally it was just some rich merchants, but it turned into the Spanish colonizers, and tricks them into, I don't know, losing something. I actually don't know the whole story. And he is accompanied by 4 horses that help him. And it is... Oh, Janet, I just saw your note. I'm going to be on that with you. So, and Saeed is as well, and Marcella might be. So that is July 7th. I am recording the march up the mountain here to El Fortín, which is a really long 4 to 5 kilometer march up the mountain, and I've been asked to march it and film it. So that it's actually going to be quite cool, but it's going to be exhausting because 4 kilometers up a mountain. Luckily, it's a nicely paved road, but it is quite the hike, and it's hot out here. But very good exercise. Super cute park. El Parque en Nagarote es super bonito. Comida, me gusta la gritaria.
Ah, sí.
So Janet said she really likes the gritaria, which is the Little Scream. It is a religious festival, but it's very
La
historic.
Purísima.
Purissima, yeah. The purity of Mary is celebrated, but it's also when she screamed to protect us from the volcano, or someone screamed, the priest screamed for her, something like that. Buenas noches, Scott y Marcela. All right, Federico, have a good night. Marcela, you were, fuiste espectacular en la cámara. Quiere más de ti.
Okay.
Sonrisa. No, I don't know how to say be confident in español. Confidencia?
¿Confidente? No.
Oh, sí. Oh, there's a little. Oh, pick her up. Ella necesita estar en la cámara. We found Betty. We found Betty. This is her little dog. Can they see her? Oh, they can. She's such a little sweetie. You're such a sweetie. Give me a kiss.
No.
Give me a kiss. Yeah.
No.
Besos. Besos de la perrita. ¿Cuántos meses tienes?
Ay, no sé. Como 10 ya.
Sí. She's like 10 months old. She's surprisingly small and timid.
Yeah.
Oh, but she's a good little dog. And you're a good big dog.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. Come here, baby. You're so good. You're so good. Yes. You're the good girl. You're the good girl. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay, we have a lot of people. Oh, Mary says cute. Joel says aw. All right, we're starting to lose people. Es solo 18. Es tarde.
Sí.
And we did start early this evening, so we got a good time in. I think we're going to start wrapping up for the night. Yeah, Janice is small for that age and very, very cute. Yeah, she is. Hola Betty, te amo. Oh. She is such a sweetie. She is a very, very nice dog. But a lot of energy and tears things apart, but very, very nice. We're going to wrap up for the night. We've had a good night here. It's awesome that we got La Marcelita en la programa. Es una buena idea. I like that. But we're going to get her used to doing her own show. That's going to be very cool. There's a lot of content that we can do. And like it was asked earlier, right, is the show starting to pay for itself? And no, not exactly, but doing more interesting content, doing stuff. We're getting a big audience, and that stuff will help get it to be able to pay for itself. Rum es mucho mejor. Federico dice. Mary says, is it late for you guys as well? Oh, it is late for you guys as well. Thank you. Yeah, it's 10:20 here, which is not terrible, but we've not had dinner yet, and my kids are waiting to play a Nancy Drew video game. I know you guys are dying to know which one. It is the Warnings at Waverly Academy. We have played, I believe.
Mis hijos también esperan por mí.
See, her kids are waiting for her as well. Not to play Nancy Drew, though. I don't know what's wrong with them. That's the best thing to do. I think this is our 22nd Nancy Drew game that my kids and I have played through. It has been a tradition of ours since, believe it or not, we were in Nicaragua in 2015, and I found the Nancy Drew collection on sale on Steam. I bought it, and we started playing. It took a little while before we really got into it. My wife and I played a little bit, and we're like, okay, this is good, but the kids were a little bit too young. And then in 2017, so 8 years really ago, 7.5, we started playing Shadow by the Water's Edge. And my eldest completely fell in love with it, and my youngest was kind of piqued her interest. And by the next game, my youngest got involved. And it has been a thing that my two girls and I play the Nancy Drew games together always. It is just this massive part of their childhoods. That we always have a Nancy Drew game in motion and a new one just released. And we still haven't made it through all of them. We don't do it every day, obviously. We'll go a period of time and then jump in and play for a little bit of time, and then we'll take a break and then we'll get into it. But it's such a thing that we do. So they want to play tonight, and I need to eat, and I need to get some shows uploaded and edited, but we're doing well. And it's great having everyone on. Thanks so much for jumping in. Muchas gracias, Marcela y Betty y Scott también. Thanks, Patricia. And Chris Tranzio says, good show. Thank you. It's fun doing these. Definitely leave your feedback. Let people know. If we can't think of anything else, thank you very much. We're going to jump off. Puedes no está en línea ahora. This is Marcela's first time cutting off the show, so we're going to see if she's able to end it or if it just keeps going. We're about to see. Okay, have a good night.